Out there, it's good to be back with you guys. It's another week right here on Trade the Pool. Excited to get to the action. Futures are a little bit split here. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a selling off in the SPY. I actually have a short on right now in Microsoft that I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. Maybe we can start seeing this actually work for me. I've been holding this for a little bit of a while now. We'll talk a little bit about the action. Will we start to see a little bit of a come down here as the SPY makes a little bit of an attempt to the upside and now starting to drop? So is the Qs. And so I was wondering, where we're going to push above this in the after hours, right? Overnight session brought us up there towards the 726.89s, and now we're starting to fall from 4 a.m. essentially 5 a.m. We've really started to downtick, right? So the question is, will we catch a bounce here at the open off the V bottom, or will we start to make a pullback opportunity? And I think, pullback could play in, right? We could start to see a little bit of some sideways action here, a little bit of sidestepping, right? Doesn't mean it needs to crack down to 700, but it does show that we could have potentially a little bit of a pullback here. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about the action. We'll get to some trade ideas. We'll get to what's going on in the market, but you guys are here, of course, for the action. It's Trade the Pool. Let me know how you guys are doing in your accounts. Evals, funded. It's always great to hear from traders out there. Let's get to some trade ideas with the playbook and hear about you guys in your evals and funded accounts in the chat. And to all you guys out there, let's of course start the day. Let's take a look at some trade ideas here. And the first one is the trade idea I'm already in. Looking to see that Microsoft starts to get the breakdown, right? And there's a reason why, right? Is that this stock is really extended. If you think about it, the 500 is a major resistance zone. It's been right above it, right? And every time that Microsoft has a tendency of doing these pops, it comes back just as fast, right? So I'm looking to see if I can play this. Of course, it would just be a quick kind of like flip, right? But this is psychological resistance zone following, of course, a post-earnings extension, tech momentum consolidating right around this round number resistance. Microsoft presents, of course, that technical fade look as I think it can come back to the 9 EMA. That could bring us back to 470s. That'd be about 20 points down. We'll look to see what happens today. Of course, not going to let this trade go against me to the point where I don't go green on it. But the way I would go about it if I was going after it today, well, I'd look for it to try to pop above 500s and fail, right? As it starts to fail back through, let's say, 498s, that'd be the way that I'd attack it on the day trade. We'll see what happens there. On Microsoft, a swing and a day trade for you. All right, well, let's go to another trade idea. Let's go long CEG potentially here as of the AI power structure hold. If you take a look here on the weekly, and we'll take a look, you see how it's just been kind of stair-stepping its way up back, right? Well, let's see if it can actually break this trend line and actually try to make an attempt move back up towards the 300. Of course, I'd like to see leaders in this space continue, like GEV, get back up above 1,000, right? Bloom Energy, one to watch to see if this can start to come right back up, right? There's plenty of stocks to watch in this space. The only thing is, can it really make a high flying move back up? We'll see what happens. Nice tell sign will be a name like NRG that got hit hard last week on earnings. And let's see if this can turn back around. If it can turn the trade back around, that could be a good sign. All right, let's go to a different trade here. And you guys in the chat, let me know what you guys think about DraftKings, as I'm starting to call it out. It's time for the NFL preseason seasonal trade. DraftKings surged 8.39% to 24.03 following its earnings print, activating the technical setup now for its annual NFL preseason seasonal run. As sports betting engagement accelerates ahead of the NFL kickoff, gaming beta is to catch the institution accumulation flows before this, right? As we start to see the action. You think what's interesting is look how the volume has just increased. Right? We're starting to get that volume increase. We're starting to get that turn. And now I'm calling it. This is the time. We'll see if we can get this to start pushing. I'm looking at this like kind of stop loss below 21s. Really trying to get this back towards the 23s. But I think this could start to fly high. Maybe getting up there towards the 30s and above Wouldn't be a bad trade there. We'll see what happens there on the NFL preseason seasonal trade. A theme today, of course, at the all-time resistance test, right? Seasonal tailwinds, tech consolidation, and the broader tape enters, of course, a session with a strong regime. Let's see if the SPY can hold on here, holding on to near all-time highs, right? And as we see right now, we're starting to get a little bit of fading action off the 72s here. So we'll look to see if this can continue to fade during into the open as you're starting to get more and more wash here. And it's not just, let's say, the SPY, right? The Qs are going down. We got AMD down, right? You're starting to see names that were kind of going higher, like NVDA going down. Even Marvell, that was having a good action, starting to break, right? So we'll look to see if this can continue on the downside action. And even a SpaceX, oh no, it's starting to come back down. We'll see what happens there as it took its little lift off on Friday. And now maybe coming back down. We'll see what happens there. All right, we'll see what happens in these action. But definitely lots to take a look at out there. We'll be taking a look at some different trades. And of course, short ideas. I already gave one that I'm watching to see work out. We'll see if this can really start to break. All right, let's get to the action. Let's take a look at the Sunrise Report now, where we talk about what stocks are moving and why. Of course, it's good to see you guys out there. Guys like Matthew in the chat. Hey, it's good to see you. Day Trade Tony. All you guys out there. Snowman. Nigel. Let's get after it. Let's see what we can make some money today. And Ken, what are we looking at this morning? Definitely, if you're new to the show for some reason, you're just here on your first day, we'll say hello. We're friendly people. We'll talk about some trading action, or even better yet, put a trade idea up and I'll make sure to cover it before we get and kick off the show with the other traders. But like always, just throw them up in the chat. I'll catch those tickers. Let's get to the action. Let's talk about what's moving in the market, and let's get up with the Sunrise Report. All right, as we kick off for the Sunrise Report, the futures are split down the middle after a week that handled the bulls everything. After the bears were singing in the streets just a little while ago, right? Well, the labor market that finally cracked, the Strait of Hormuz, finally looked openable. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is how it goes, right? So September hike odds that fell from 43.9% from 73% a month ago. NASDAQ contract carrying the bid. The Dow leaked. The whole construction rests on a pact that Iran says is close but has not signed. Wednesday CPI is the invoice for the last 5 sessions of optimism. Today is all about whether the tape can hold or what it has already maybe banked. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about that action. Of course, the overnight driver, the Hormuz close, but close, but still closed. I like that title there. Iran said that it's nearing its final pack, with Oman defining a new shipping lanes through the Strait of Hormuz, as it's in the same breath restated that the U.S. must satisfy additional conditions before the waterway actually reopens. We'll have to take a look at seeing how that's going on. Crude is pricing the gap between the headline and the signature. Brent added a 0.6% here at 83.98 overnight, grinding higher rather than gapping. The market has learned this year that its tease Hormuz deal move oil in both directions within the same week. So we'll look to see what happens when we get the next headline. Of course, the squeeze inverts. The Warsh Fed remains split on whether the next move is a hike. We'll have to say what happens there, of course, as July's hold lowered the bar for September's action. Mid-July saw hike odds as high as 73%, and the oil shock bled from the energy into demand-side inflation. Friday's payroll print broke that arithmetic, as odds for a September hike now sit at 43.9% when we were just as high as 73%. Now, if you take a look, a coin that flipped where a month ago, it was pretty much in line, right? The front end has followed also with the 2-year at 4.21. And the curve is now expressing the least hawkish read on this Fed since the Hormuz closure began. That repricing, not earnings, is what's carried the index records for the last week. So the mentality that we're not going to hike the rates, that we could be holding tight here, if anything, potentially in the long run, maybe getting some cuts. I don't know. I think this Fed is all over the place and still trying to figure things out. So I think they hang tight here, especially with the midterms coming up. All right, let's keep talking about some more action. Let's go to some pre-market movers. Let's take a look here at Barrick Mining. All right, we'll take a look here at B. Here is a ticker. Sorry about that. All right, we'll see what's happening here. Let me see if I can turn myself up here a little bit. All right, there we go. Let's see if this holds on here for us. If not, we'll just keep talking about what's going on in the market in a little bit. We should get Michael Noss here, and I can check a little bit on my mic as my mic is a little bit off. Let me know in the chat. But let's keep talking about the action out there. Let's see what else we can get into. Of course, the Sunrise Report bringing Barrick. Let me take a look here. Barrick, we're talking gold, right? Let's just go to gold here. Take a look here. Barrick Mining, of course. Gold starting to get a little bit of a bounce there, right? We'll see if this can start actually push a bounce back here. Taking a look at the action. Let's go ahead. Let's go to another one here. NEM, of course. Newmont, as we keep staying in the same space, right? And now we're seeing here that Newmont will pay Barrick $1.95 billion in cash within 30 days to expand its Nevada gold mine joint venture. So this is, of course, going to help push both of these companies, as right now they're getting a nice little lift. We'll see what happens here in these gold names. All right, let's continue going. Of course, in focus is the 9:30, the Hormuz relief rally on trial, of course, to see if it actually can hold. We'll see what happens. The market continues to come down here, so it doesn't look like things are coming back, at least for the short term right now. Things look kind of iffy here. Right? Q's continuing to fall there, making me feel a little bit more confident about my bet to the short side here. But hey, it hasn't paid me out just yet. The Q's are falling a little bit faster, and I'd expect to see some type of action start to show up in my name. But right now, you're seeing a lot of names just kind of falter off with the Q's coming down. All right, we'll see if we can catch a support or not towards the open, because we definitely are seeing that bleed go into it. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about the action. Let's take a look here. What else I have on the tape here for us? Of course, today's calendar. What do we have? Rocket Labs aftermarket close. That's going to be an interesting name. Of course, this name was getting the nice little bounce trade yesterday on Friday with SpaceX, right? RKLB. Let's take a look at the action. You can see it pushed up there to the 86. Can this name continue to push, right? Of course, this is on a consensus loss of 8 cents per revenue, loss on 8 cents on ESPN, and on revenues of $231.1 million. So take a look tonight to see if for any reason you can get a surprise on Rocket Lab to get you closer to break even, or maybe even 1 cent positive. That could be a monster reaction to the upside and really help the space. The space needs a nice little reactionary trade. I think Rocket Labs is one to look at. Another thing that you might start to hear is Rocket Lab the better rocket company? Ooh, now that's a conversation to be had, because Rocket Lab has a lot better fundamentals than SpaceX does, right? Of course, they have the cheaper engine, the cheaper rockets, and are still getting deals every day, right? Of course, this stock does report tonight, so we'll see what happens there in Rocket Labs, if it can continue a little bit takeoff into the earnings report. All right, there's other stocks, of course, that will be coming tonight. And then, of course, light docket on the economic side of things until Wednesday. Wednesday at 8:30, the fireworks go bang, bang, as we'll get CPI. And followed by, of course, Thursday's 8:30 PPI report. So those are going to be the focus for the economic data. And we'll keep an eye to see what happens. Markets continuing to tumble here, going into the open. We'll look to see what happens if we continue to kind of fall off here, as the market has just been in a kind of a little bit of a 15-minute free fall. You see a couple of candles there just continuing to break the lows as we start to fade into the open. All right, we'll take a look around out there. What's going on in the market? Let's keep it going here. Let's get to the action. Let's bring back our trader, Michael Noss here. Enjoyed himself a nice week of vacation and is now back in the hot seat. What's going on, man? How we doing? It's good to see you.
Oh, it's going great, man. I hope you guys didn't miss me too much. Glad to be back. All that kind of stuff.
I kept mentioning on the show, Michael, I was like, I know Michael's on vacation. I hope he's having a good vacation and not hearing me right now. So
did not tune into the script at all. Did not really watch.
You did it right, my friend.
You know, I kept an eye on what I had. Right, SpaceX being like just paying for an entire vacation and some. The puts that I had. And, you know, I had bought some common stock. So thank you, Elon. I'm now completely 100% out and free. I think I actually broke the rules on that last little bit. I was supposed to hold 90 days. I don't think we're there yet, but I don't think they can yell at me for holding on as long as I did. But it was amazing. It was a near six-figure trade with them.
Can't blame you.
I'm good.
Can't blame you for getting out, man. And not looking for 200, right? Because you know, looking for, you can have that mentality and that's not going to pay you. Right. So,
well, and it's a perfect example, and we can do some education on it later. I just published a video for my channel about how this is a perfect example of the market being forward looking and not backward looking, right? It tanked into this and then ripped the second the unlock happened, kind of picture perfect. What buy the rumor, sell the news, just reversed.
The question is, will it go right back to kind of sell the news, right?
I don't know.
Does it go right back down? That's the question, at least for the traders today, right? You're cashed out. The question is for the traders today, does it come right back down, right?
If I had to bet now, I would say now you've got the period where after the IPO, you just annoy everyone. So it like hangs out between 100 and 140 for like year or plus, and just does that range. And you look at like something like a Facebook, or Rivian is probably a perfect example where this thing absolutely collapsed, had a couple great bounces on the way down, and then it's been like 3 years of just absolute nonsense. So I could see it being the same thing where it just kind of it does nothing, and that to me is always, I say this all the time, that's probably where most traders lose money, is not when a stock is going down, because hopefully you have a stop loss, you have a plan to get out or whatever. It's this kind of BS. I've taken a couple haircuts trying to buy this Rivian breakout because it's looked great a couple times here and just keeps kind of falling back into the range. So if I had to bet, that's kind of what's going to happen is people are going to stop caring too as the next shiny thing comes out with an Anthropic IPO or a Stripe IPO or whatever's happening next. I just think like it just moves on from everyone, right? We all have that goldfish memory, and it just chops everyone up for a long period of time and then rips after that. But let's look at, this is actually, you're joining me on my first look now on what's happened in the COT data over the last 2 weeks, because this is the kind of stuff
let's go.
I took anything that I had like fully automated, I just kind of let run. The SpaceX is the only thing that I actually watched because that was the only discretionary trade I had on. And then the rest of it, I just kind of let go. But yeah, so I don't know what these kids have been up to. And so we'll start with the Dow here. The Dow, this isn't extreme positioning one way or another, but it's important to know that everybody here is long. So they've been buying on the way up here, accumulating more shares of the Dow. This has been the kind of best performer on the way down, right? We didn't have on the Dow that the kind of sell-off or correction or whatever you want to call it that we had on the Qs, we had in the SPY. Just a little bit of a downtick, which is kind of where the Dow really stands out, is on these move lower. The SPY, nothing. So, right, I would have left around here. They are still net short the SPY, but just, I talk about this. I think this is really important all the time. People start reading too much into commitment of traders data, but where commitment of traders data is interesting is just like sentiment data. It's on the extremes. If the sentiment data came out and it goes, it's all right. It's like, well, that's not really a huge tradable event. If they go, yeah, everything's fine. It's you know, they're not super bullish, they're not super bearish, they're just kind of hanging out, mind their own business. And that's not something that interests me at all. So I'm just going to kind of ignore this. They are still net short, but just like so barely that I would say it doesn't even really matter. And we can just kind of go, okay, well, we'll move on from there. Next here is the NASDAQ. This is where they've been short. Oh, they shorted quite a bit more while I was away. So still not extreme. They're as short as they were for most of the year, but they're usually pretty net long here on the NASDAQ. So again, we're looking at the red line. The red line is the large institutions like situational awareness, all these guys, right? The big guys, the guys that lose money way more than even the retail sector, and they short a little bit more into this rally, which is great. I love to see that. NASDAQ obviously still lagging. We had SPY ripping to new all-time highs while I was gone. When it comes to the NASDAQ, that's been the weakness. So, if you think we're done and it's time to roll over again, I would watch these large kind of NASDAQ names, see if they lead the charge back down. But the fact that everyone's short it is a little bit interesting here. Down to the Russell, they've been shorting the Russell, even though we made a new all-time closing highs, just nudging against that all-time highs. But yeah, shorting more here on the NASDAQ while I'm gone. So I'd say net shorting everything, which is great. I love to see it. It might actually be the fuel that we need to push a little bit higher. The fact that they're shorting all of these things, I think, is absolutely great. Now let's start looking at some of the others. I always like to look at energy. I always want to see oil and see gold and see what's happening there. No real change in oil and no real change in sentiment or in positioning either. They haven't been getting super long or getting super short. So nothing changing from that standpoint. And then I think currencies are always important, as much as people might not care. Oh, and we'll do oil as well. Oh, they kept buying. So very long the dollar. Again, focusing here on the red line. And if we just zoom back, you can see why I love watching these people so much. Let's do a weekly chart and we just go back, right? They are very long right here. They are very short right here. And now they're getting very long again, kind of right in this 101 area. Again, the reason that this is important, even though people are like, man, I don't trade the dollar. Well, a weak dollar is generally strong for stocks. So you want to be looking at this, because if the dollar is moving lower, that means it's easier for companies to kind of get different products. And you can, again, if you go look at it through here, this dollar ripping, this was 2022, 2023, when the stock market was under pressure. As this kind of pulled off, you're talking 23, 24. This stable dollar is what the market looks for. And they've been pushing here as well. So everybody is buying the crap out of the dollar, which makes me think that we are probably near a top. Also, just a huge important level. I don't think I have drawing tools. Oh, I do. Draw. Oh. Wow. Okay, that changed everything. But yeah, if you look at this zone, this kind of $100 area, you can see why it's kind of so important. We have this huge zone in which this is what people are really looking to see in this area. And right, lows right here, highs back here. So the fact that everyone was buying in anticipation of this zone breaking, and it looks like we're rolling back over, I think that's going to be overall bullish. Take a quick look at Bitcoin, and then we'll do metals. I don't like that for my Bitcoin position. The large traders have been buying the dip here on Bitcoin here at the 200-day moving average on the futures anyway. It's probably way below it on the actual underlying equities. But it's I don't like that. I would love it if these people were selling Bitcoin instead, but that's what we're seeing. People are starting to buy Bitcoin on these lows. The reason I don't like to see it is because I have also been buying Bitcoin on these lows. I'm still waiting for MicroStrategy to go belly up, and then I'll take a real big trade there. But see that no movement on gold. Another trade that I took, again, a fully systematic one, took a big long position here on gold just recently. There's a whole seasonality aspect. I did a thing on my YouTube channel about there's a whole seasonality aspect between now and Diwali. or basically February. There's all these things. So you got Chinese New Year and all that kind of stuff. But between now and February is the strongest seasonal time of year on gold. So if you want to, have that, then that's fantastic. So take a look at that. Silver is moving a little bit with gold, but it just doesn't have that seasonality because people don't buy it as much for those reasons. But yeah, so long there on gold. So that's the whole seasonality aspect. Commitment to traders aspect. Not a huge move, kind of one way or another. On a lot of things, but it looks like they're leaning short, and I'm totally okay if they're leaning short. And while we're at it, let me turn the page here on my my Stock Traders Almanac and see August worst Dow, second worst S&P month. Well, there we go. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but it does look like we've got some problems when it comes to what's happening. Since 1988 and 2024. So yeah, we've had some pullbacks here. So mid-August, stronger beginning and end. Interesting. So it's saying mid-August, there's usually a little bit of a slump, and then we have some stronger activity. We've got some bullish days coming in next week, but there's nothing really from the Stock Traders Almanac. So we take a look at seasonality and all that kind of stuff. Tax talking about SpaceX. Yeah, I talked about this before I came on this day right here. I went out of everything, so I'm completely flat on SpaceX. I did not think the 130 puts that I sold ever had a chance of making money. I sold them at, I think, 30, and I covered them at 10. So it ended up being an amazing trade, and it all happened at this kind of pop. So I looked at that as a total gift. The shares I owned around 110. So that was just a great trade. And the reason behind this trade is the market is forward looking. If my whole theory on the news, and I know some people disagree, is that if I know the news, then everyone else in the world knows the news. I don't have an edge when it comes to reading. Everyone in the world knows the news. Everyone in the world knew when the unlock was happening, and everybody in the world assumed that it would be bad. Like, it was just, it wasn't rocket science, right? If everybody who ever existed, if your grandma knows that there is an unlock coming in SpaceX, well, you better believe that institutions knew it, and institutions were ready for it. And if we were ripping into the lockup, I'd be less inclined to think that we're going to continue to rip. But the stock got cut in half into this event that everybody assumes is going to be bearish. Well, I just look at that and say, okay, well, right, if everyone knows it and there's no one in the world who is scared, then it's like, okay, what am I to do? Like, how am I going to be? Where is my edge going to be? Is it going to be in going with the masses of everybody else in the world who knows exactly what's going to happen at the time it's going to happen? Or does my edge exist in doing the opposite of what the entire crowd thinks? And that's kind of just more or less how I think about it, how I think about markets quite often. From a high level, when it comes to my statistical analysis, I know that most of the market does not look at the market statistically. They look at the market based off of what CNBC tells them, or news stories, or, just random charts. This line's crossing this line. They all look at it just very discretionarily, and most people lose money. So if most people are discretionary traders and most people lose money, maybe the edge isn't in discretionary trading. Maybe the edge is in more systematic style trading. Knowing that a lot of the greats, the Richard Dennis's, the Jim Simons of the world, were systematic in nature. So that's kind of one of the reasons I'm systematic, is because most people aren't, right? And when I take discretionary trades, a lot of the theory behind it is, well, most people lose money, so I should do the opposite of what most people did. Like, I got all kinds of tweets and harassment and pushback of the market is pricing in the unlock. And the more kind of pushback I got, the more I was like, okay, the market's probably pricing in the unlock. And turns out, market priced in the unlock. And not saying that will happen every time, but it is one of those things that makes me really think, is there a potential edge here? So what I'm going to spend a lot of time this week doing is studying and saying, okay, if a stock is down X percent into a major unlock, do you buy it there? Because it happened like Facebook. I don't know if anyone remembered. Facebook was the low of the unlock. So if it happened to Facebook and it happened to SpaceX, right, maybe it will happen somewhere else. So these are the kind of things that you look at and you say, the market was so wrong on this that maybe there's an edge. You know, if Anthropic comes public and tanks, and then there's this unlock that everybody and their mom and my grandma, they all know that there's an unlock coming, does the market do the opposite? Same as if it's ripping into that. I don't know, maybe it does the opposite. So we'll study that. Someone's talking 15 minutes before the open. That is true. Remember, we are still, the whole time I was gone, seeing the same phenomenon. It's been the same story each time, in which the SPY just cranked to new highs. The Qs did not. So we're seeing that strength continue under the hood when it comes to sectors outside of just big cap tech. Big cap tech's been the weighing. This one's been the pushing. We're in this base right now, and we're opening up inside of yesterday's range. So I think the levels to watch become pretty clear here, right? You can do, that's yesterday's high. You can do one at yesterday's low, and then you can do one here at the pre-market high. But it's an inside day, and also it's, we had this huge move, and we've been resting for about 3 days now. We're still inside this candles range. So we're resting, right? I don't know what's happening from a news standpoint. You guys are, I guess you're really seeing my kind of morning prep here, because I've done absolutely, I milked this vacation for every second that it was worth. So nothing, I think, until Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday we got some news, but until then, not too much. We can take a look at earnings, but most of those are out of the way as well. So we're chilling. And I think this becomes then a more technical setup. If we start to get above these prior highs, maybe things are going to look to continue. Same story on the Qs. I like Jesse. Kathy's loading into SpaceX. I guess time to sell. Well, that's, again, everybody thought that this unlock was going to tank things, so I bought. And now that the sentiment is turning, you're probably right. Not to bash Kathy too much, but I guess she deserves it. So just anything that Kathy buys, I get a little bit less excited about over time. Qs are going to be, I think, the thing to watch, just because they're so weak relative to the SPY. We're seeing the SPY rip to new highs. We are seeing a lot of the IWM new highs. We're seeing Dow new highs, and then the Qs just can't really get going. So this is the area to watch. So for the Qs, I think we just look at this low of yesterday or 2 days ago, and then this high that I'm highlighting here. It's pretty wide range, but that's the range that we're dealing with. We need to get through that. I don't know what catalyst does it, other than CPI and things like that, but we don't really have anything huge coming up when it comes to giant guys reporting earnings or anything at all like that. It's really getting to the doldrums of summer. So yeah, like Shah's saying, I think it's going to be kind of choppy. I agree. It could be. We did have, listen, it happened while I was away, so that was less fun. But we did just have a wicked move, as long as you weren't focused on big cap tech. It's been a raging bull market for the last week or so. So you have a big week. Maybe you have a pullback or a rest week, right? Maybe we come in, a bullish scenario might actually be a retest of this prior all-time highs at 760. Maybe we come in, we hit that 760 area, dig in there for a little bit, start to push up. That's a pretty decent down move if we come back into the 760. That'd be enough that would start to spook people, and we'd start to see the bearish talk on CNBC and all that kind of stuff again. But it would be perfect, healthy behavior, right? We did all this in one day. So if we reverse most of that in a single day or a couple days, so you get the big thrust up and then the slow meandering pullback, that could be an area to take a look at. I'm just not super excited to buy after this. Just, if you look at this on a weekly basis, this massive breakout week. do we get another massive breakout week? We could. It could start to look like it did back here. But I look at this as more, okay, you had the big up move, maybe you get some sort of sideways consolidation for a bit, a little bit of pullback, and then you take your break over that, which would line up with that. If we do another couple weeks of that, it would line up with that September, October election seasonality, in which we have this move after that election seasonality that is so common to happen. Like, this is just something that we do. Is we get choppy into the midterms, and then once we figure out what side is going to win, then we kind of move from there. I don't know. I didn't check the Kalshi odds, but let me take a look at that. Because I am not going to follow your guys' politics. That's for sure. It's Congress, isn't it? Isn't that what it's called? Midterms. Midterms balance of power. Here it is. So here's the midterms balance of power. It looks pretty mixed to me. These are all like 30 to 40%. Looks like the highest percent chance is the Democrat House, Democrat Senate. Is that what it's saying? And the second highest chance is Democrat House, Republican Senate. But those are both like 40% each. So it looks pretty split across the board. So that could lead to more choppiness in the market. Again, if you study Jeff Hirsch's work, then you can see more about those things, right? You can study how when the more the market is uncertain about the leader, then the higher the higher probability that we're in a chop zone once we figure it out, regardless of the side, right? This isn't a one side or the other thing. It's just a certainty deal.
Yeah, man, we'll see what happens here. We can continue to ride, or we get the fall today. I think, at some point we're due for a little bit of a pullback, but right now definitely riding the waves higher. Hey, everyone was getting all bearish just a little while ago. Now they're trying to play catch up. Will they get caught reaching into the cookie jar, right? So
I love that, Jesse. Do yourselves a favor, don't follow our I'm not gonna. That's why I like these like polls or betting odds or something like that, because I'm not gonna follow that stuff. And just know, right? It's kind of like earnings report in the market every time there's a giant election, right? It's best way to look at it is there's like a binary event that you really don't know what's going to happen. So leading up to that binary event, sometimes the market's a little wishy-washy, and then when that binary event's done, it picks a direction based off whether or not it's happy or whether or not it's mad about what you're seeing out there, right? That's kind of the big summary of what happens with election seasonality. And the fact that we are running into it, that could be kind of like the opposite of SpaceX, right? SpaceX priced in the bad news is the SPY pricing in what it thinks it's going to happen, and if what it thinks going to happen doesn't, does that end up being a top? Historically, not. Historically, when the election is done, that's more of a boon, but it doesn't always have to happen like that.
Well, if you got your playbook on, you know how I am. What's going to happen, guys? We're going to get a shakeup in the Senate. There's going to be no longer this advantage the Republicans have, and that's a bonus for the market. So there you have it. You don't need to worry about it too much.
You're right. If you study because I went through and I said, okay, well, does the market like one side over the other? Again, as a neutral party who doesn't really care. And it turns out the market hates both sides. So the strongest bull markets happen when like the White House is owned by one and the Senate's owned by another one. And then it's like the more
that's what's going to happen here.
Okay. Well, that's the more
they have a two-seat
a
2-seat advantage right now. And that 2-seat advantage gets you over votes all the time, right? You now don't need to push the other side so much. You're like, well, we had the advantage anyways. We just need all our members to agree, right? So this happens always. There's usually like a poll, right? There's usually like a strong shift, right? There was a strong shift to Democrat. Now there was a strong shift to Republican. And in this case, we'll get what? A shift towards the middle, right? And the middle just creates a whole bunch of fighting and nobody getting anything done. Once that happens,
Which, yeah, if you're cynical like me, that's probably why the market likes it. It's like the government just stays out of
exactly,
everything, and
they just stay out of everything.
Just
They can play it out, right?
Yeah, go yell at yourselves over there. We're actually going to build things and do things and create things, and you guys can just bicker amongst yourself.
No, creates opportunity right here. And another thing is to think about is it also leaves you less in focus of fiscal policy, more focus on monetary policy, and monetary policy is on pause right now. Right. So that's one thing to think about. There was some breaking news while you were doing your coverage there, Michael. So I just want to mention it. There was some breaking news there on Microsoft, the stock that I actually have. And glad that I wasn't here when the breaking news happened, because I would have got out on the spike, right? I would have definitely got out there. But it came right back down. Now it's starting to come down. There was news that came in. I'm pulling this from Stock Trader Network that's aggregating this from, I think, Bloom, our lovely Twitter asset. Microsoft to unveil next gen Maya chip, right? Their MAIA AI chip, right? It's planning to unveil the next generation chip in September, and this is coming from according to the information. You know what you call that?
Old news. Doesn't that? Of course, they're building a new chip, right? That shouldn't.
That's big boys. It's big boys paying the information to put out this release. Let's be honest. That's big boys paying them. They're loaded into Microsoft. Just take a look at the action, right? I was telling you guys about the Mag 7 before this run happened. You think all this sideways action right here, you don't think that was big boys getting into Microsoft being like, everyone hates Microsoft. It's in the ditch. Well, let's go love it, right? And now this headlines like these don't just appear. It wasn't Microsoft that told the information, right? It wasn't Microsoft that leaked this. It was a big trader out there that wants this information out there, right? So we'll look to see if it can continue riding Microsoft higher. It did cause a pop there to 505, quickly pulled back though after that pop, right? So we'll look to see if it can get back above that 505 today. That's a squeeze to the upside if it can keep pushing through there, right? That will start to create that driving action. So we'll look to see what happens there in Microsoft and other trades in the market. Of course, the Qs coming down a little bit, catching a little bit of some pullback. Of course, oil a little bit kind of bouncing, but not much, right? I mean, this is what I think you got to watch today. Oil starts coming back. I think that's the driver that could kind of shake things up a little bit, pull us right back down, right? Of course, back and forth action in the war. We have no idea what the hell is going to happen there.
That was my favorite part of my vacation. Is I knew nothing about what was happening with you guys in Iran.
I thought you were bathing in the Strait of Hormuz, man.
No, I got no information. You
weren't out there in your big yacht.
I didn't hear Iran one time mentioned, and it was awesome. And I forgot to I met Steve
out of my Microsoft trade there, guys.
Me and Steve went and hung out. We forgot to take a picture or anything. We had a couple too many beers, and we're like, oh man, we should have taken a picture for you guys or something. But no, it was
Microsoft pushing here, guys. So I think this could be a reversal trade. I gotta be quickly on it, right? But I might even go leverage into the open here. I am seeing that potential to lift there off of that headline. Of course, didn't expect this headline to come in, right? Was expecting the Qs to kind of continue on the play down here, and the headline coming in and definitely ruining my trade. But it's not the biggest deal. I was only up about $100. Was looking like $500, $600 gain. So don't have to stress about that. It's not like I lost big here. But looking to, of course, take advantage now, right? To see what happens here. Because the Qs are still off the bottom, right? Will we get some pullback, push, or will we get continued drive? Driving stocks, Marvell, AVGO. Those are the types of names that I do like here, right? Even an ARM, right? ARM looks interesting here. Qualcomm. Oof. This chart is pretty. I almost don't even want to show you it. Look at this chart. Oof. Look at that trend line. Starting to come back. Had a couple of sidestep days. And today is teetering up there and wants to break above the 170. That's kind of another look to look at if you're trying to get bullish tech here. If you think tech can continue the rally, of course, you're going to have to see some nice little bounce out the gates. Microsoft being a leader here, trying to rip right back above that 505.
Yeah, it's good. Good look. Everything else I'm just looking at is like basically, being up 0.5% on semis is just basically flat these days. Q's basically flat. Inside day. Let's see what happens. I'm zoomed in here to the SPY right off the open. See what our initial thrust kind of looks like. And
Microsoft hanging in there. Start the day. There's a push. There's that 505 instantly there for Microsoft, back to 505, 506 coming up here. And like I mentioned, there's a big boy that knew how to time the market, knew how to time the news there. It came out how close to the open, right? Like, there's no reason why that doesn't happen there, guys. So I think there's a big boy in here trying to really get this last little hoorah here in Microsoft, and he's getting it there. He's got the reaction he needed. The positive news comes in here, now up there to 507, and market coming in here, pricing in potentially a new chip that could continue that drive, and Microsoft can lead the market here. So look for the mags to kind of continue driving here. Look for Google maybe to catch some bid. It's right now off the pullback. We'll look to see if it catches there. Amazon's another name that I'm keeping an eye on here. There's Amazon starting to hold there. I saw Shop last week start to at least make an attempt drive out of this spot there. And Michael wasn't here for all of the IGV talk, so let's bring him back in here. IGV is ready to go, man. I called the 100 spot here. I said 100 was the reclaim you needed to see, Michael. So if you don't have that IGV trade still on, Michael, I think now's the time, if anything, to double down, right? And I think this is the time to really take a look at this one. Another one that I've talked about is FactSet Research. I've talked to you about that one for a while now. These kind of really big known data suppliers are starting to push back. This is like another UNH type of trade. These are those types of trades, guys. Michael loves these and he eats these alive. So that's why I throw them at him. Like, it's like a trade that I can't do personally, but I definitely can see them. Right. So, hey, there you go, Michael. Those are two trades there. What do you think about those?
Yeah, I'm still in from my 70s. I added a little bit. I got the chart up here. I added a little bit at 90, right? When it did that kind of another undercut and rally. Essentially just buying, again, like SpaceX, you buy what people hate. And then when everybody loves it, you turn around and sell it. So this was my initial IVG. I took this on stream with you guys, I remember, and then sold a little bit on the way up. I love to say I got the top, but a little bit back in the 90s again when everybody started to hate it again and say, oh no, all these software names are going to go bankrupt. That and still in my hack, but my hack is like a suit. Like, give this one to the kids kind of thing. And so I've owned this one for years, but I've been buying a little bit more of the hack.
Well, ZS has been one that we saw break the 150 last week. That's another kind of laggard play in the cybersecurity play. So if you guys like those are ones to kind of keep watch. Okta, one of my favorites, continues to break the highs there in cybersecurity. Cup and handle pattern has been pretty on that name. We'll look to see if we see that continued upside action.
Initial move on the SPY here, really positive. Had a nice solid push up here on that, and looking good. So yeah, these
it looks good in the index, but in the sectors, it's all bleeding red. That's like there's only 3 sectors in the green here, and one of them being energy up 1.53%. The rest of them all down red. Healthcare only 0.21 and technology only 0.08 from the open. So that's the real interesting sign. This is why I like looking underneath the hood. The SPY can lie to you here. SPY is coming up, but a lot of the market coming down.
What it's doing is telling you, right? When you see SPY up and RSP down, you know that the average stock, right, just like you're seeing there, is under pressure. But it's going to be your large cap tech. That's the place you're going to look at, that rotation from some of these names. Like, so your Mag 7 is up, right? IVG is ripping here. So, it's, if you want to focus on the strong names, right, you grab yourself some IVG. You grab yourself some Mag 7 names, you take a look at that. There's going to be obviously some overlap there. And, you get out a little bit of the more down names. And then you watch your RSP, right? This is so far today's action. We haven't really moved too much from the open. So we need to just hang out here and see, right? Is this something that we end up resolving higher or lower? Or neither, right? Or are we just going to hang out inside of yesterday's range? Right? If you look at RSP, it was breaking out to new all-time highs way before the SPY. And then what we needed to have happen is that we get some relief from the Mag 7 names that are still dramatic underperformers, but are trying to catch up. They're trying to get back to that all-time highs. And we'll end up seeing if we see this. So one trade just came through here on MB. This is one of those hangover setups. Again, this is all kind of AI generated, so we'll see. Not a lot of volume in this name for sure. I do not like the trade by appointment ones. That might be something I have to put in there. But short a little bit MB. But if you're going to follow me there, just be careful. There's not a lot of volume going on in that name. SPY right back down too. Just hit lows there. Take a look here. See if that's.
Tech is red.
Soft. Yes.
Only things green is healthcare and energy.
Yeah, healthcare. Oil is ripping, right? That needs to be the thing that we get a little
XLE,
bit of
like I mentioned right out the
from.
gates there. XLE coming here now towards 59 almost, and it really looks good. So if you want to play oil, today seems like the day.
Yeah, so where are we in the will they won't they cycle of, because again I missed it for a whole week.
No, this is even better, right? This is telling us that everything that's in the news is BS. I'd rather trust the oil prices than I trust the politicians at this point.
Well, yeah, I think I was talking to a buddy when I was gone there who was a hedge fund manager, and he's like, the price to track the Strait of Hormuz through satellite is through the moon. Like, and this is what this guy does, right? He looks for alternative data, which is what this is. So he rents like satellite capture and all that kind of stuff. And he's just like, yeah, it is just absolutely like insanely expensive to get any amount of data out of the market. Like it's just nuts. So just know that everybody in the world is spending a whole lot of money to try to keep some track of what the market's doing. Looks like there was a analyst cut from Jeffries on Apple. So yeah, that's must happen right there. Because yeah, falling here on Apple, that's definitely going to weigh down in the overall market. It was for a minute. I don't know if it is right now. But it was the largest market component out there, so pay attention to that. That could be the anchor that you have to look at. If Apple digs in here, starts to recover, maybe that'll be good news. But it's not looking good right now. I guess Jeffries has an anti-Apple thing. Taking a look here.
Financials trying to go green. So if you're looking at maybe some dip buys there, MasterCard, Visa, kind of look interesting to me.
IVG
got Gilead
just had
long now, and also I have Chevron long.
Yeah, big candle there in IVG. So let's see if there's something going on there, because it's a pretty monster candle.
Like I've mentioned, it's time. It's time, guys. If you haven't taken part, it's time now. Right, like I always catch like the back end of the move. I don't like to catch that first falling knife action. It's showing strong signals above 100 at this point. And you know me, I don't like these names. For me to buy them, I have to throw up, and I still buy them. But APP is another one that I give you guys to take a look at potentially for a big rip. Why? It's still in the dumpster fire, right? So the one that is in the dumpster fire might actually get the more beta right now, which is AAPL. Right there off that 347 level. Looks really nice. If it can reclaim 350 today, I think you can start driving. I do have Gilead here. I have Gilead, and I also got Chevron into the green now as the oil is rocking and rolling. Let's
Yeah,
go
just
oil.
seeing oil, and this could be the chart to watch. This could be your entire focus, I think, here could be on the oil standpoint, just to say, hey, does this end up being something that when this reverses, is that when I pull the trigger, right? Do I end up going through and avoiding everything until we see this oil start to reverse as a way to the market take a look and say, okay, well, now we can finally, feel a little better about what's happening with the straight and the vermouth and all that kind of fun stuff, but we're just not we're not seeing that just right now. That's one of my favorite ones, since they call it the straight of vermouth, and it's got the mom from that 70s show where she's just pouring like a giant thing into it, because the whole market is just done with this. Like, sort it out, ladies. Come on, we got an election coming up, we got to focus on all that kind of stuff.
Like my AI put the pun in the sunrise, the Hormuz, close, but still closed.
There we go. And natural gas futures
a sense of humor here.
UNG going too, eh? This natural gas.
Micah, you've been hitting your weekly a little bit easier. I feel like they kind of rug pulled us on Claude. I think they lowered our weekly.
Well, I didn't do much of it while I was away. I'm gonna hit it hard this week. I got a big rebuild going for my website.
Find out.
But
Think about it.
I'll see.
There's some token trackers too I've been seeing. They've been saying, the weekly's been going down. They're like, we're limiting you. You spending too many tokens.
They got to make it profitable at some point. I got this YJ short here as well. This thing looks nuts, from $1 to $13 yesterday. So a short in on this guy. Cool background, by the way. That's new.
You see me? I'm into the green screen.
Yeah, oh, good job.
Without the green screen. Without the green screen. NVDA. Yeah. Expensive GPUs. You can use them.
AI stuff. There you go.
Yeah.
No, the green screen thing.
I just never used it, but
it is filthy behind this thing, and I don't have to worry about cleaning it. That's the best part. WWR, another one. Got a couple of these hangovers going on today. Kevin will be proud. There's 3 on the go.
Oh, dude, I nailed that DF, that crazy stock, but I just had to take the money and run because I wanted to open up bigger for Microsoft. But man, I had that. I did it like a little tester trade here on that crazy one. Was it DFTX or was it? Yeah, that was it. DFTX. Michael, that was a wild one from last week. And it's still up. Like, it's still holding up.
Well, that's MindMed, right? So they've got...
oh, no, that's not that one. Where's the other one? It's another one.
Because, for...
MindMed hit 50, didn't it? Oh,
yeah,
no,
hit 49.
Dude, there has to be a seller.
Something.
There has to be a seller up there, dude.
Well, what's happening with MindMed, I know there's some other people holding it, so they'll be interested, is they announced earnings, but no one cares because they can't sell anything. But they announced that this week, sometimes, they will release their next phase 3 on GAD. So they did MDD, or depression, last time, and that's where that last kind of pop came from, is their stuff was way better than not only traditional SSRIs, but all the other psychedelics that have announced so far. And then, they're doing GAD, which is anxiety. So the idea is that if you can have one drug and it's approved for multiple things, that's what the market's looking at. So that's why that little spike came, is they said, hey, here's the results. And then I think it spiked and they go, sometime next week. And then they're like, oh. A little bit of a buzzkill after that, but that's what everyone's looking for. So that hopefully will be my spike through 50. That will be my exit. That will be hopefully, knock on wood, the largest trade by like a factor of 10 that I've ever had. Like a huge, took years, but huge one. So I guess investment at that point. Turkey, Saudi, and Pakistan did defense pact, so that should make it easier for Trump for the rest of the term. Okay, cool. Yeah, just I'm
They need
scanning the
some
news.
money.
Yeah, well, they're probably
They need
saying,
some
hey,
money, dude.
and there's
Well, they need
nothing,
it. They need it. They
nothing.
need it bad.
The only news from our boy Walter is that Apple downgrade, but that
Yeah.
happened
And then
in the
Walter
beginning.
gave the Microsoft news too. That's where I pulled
Yeah,
it.
someday I'm gonna. It's funny. All the people I know in finance, I know a lot. So I was hanging out with John Boylinger's daughter a lot on this trip. It's very nice. She's gonna inherit the Boylinger fame and fortune. And I was like, "Do you know him? Do you know Walter?" She's like, "No." She's like, "And no one I know knows. No one I know whoever this dude is who created this account, who just like." Again, probably makes a ton of money for like absolutely no work. So good for him.
Yeah, the truth is though, it's illegal to do what he does though. If he ever gets caught, he's going to jail.
Well, that's probably why. No, probably if I was him, he's in like Bali or something.
Yeah,
And he's
like
just
I would be hiding somewhere else, not here at least. But yeah, because he does.
yeah, because he's just
It's redistribution essentially. So he owes a lot of money to a lot of people.
yeah, he would. Bloomberg would take him to the woodshed for millions and millions and millions of dollars.
That's what these people on X that are building all these little finance apps don't realize, that they're doing it wrong, and they're literally putting themselves out there for like you're putting out this app and you're putting out this thing, but you don't realize you're gonna eventually the SEC can go knocking on your door at any moment and then be like, well, come give us thousands and thousands of dollars because you put this app out there. Just be careful on what you're building, guys, and make sure that you're understanding legal things too. You don't just go and put out data.
If the data is owned, it's no different from like, restreaming a Netflix show, right? That's someone else's data, right? They made the data, and the NASDAQ and the NYSE is very litigious. Those guys love suing you if you, again, as someone who worked, to say, for different fintech companies forever, if you're just not even redistributing it correctly, you will get dinged. And of course, before you, that whole terms of service thing that you have to sign before you start scraping data, that has in there, you will pay us. You will pay us every time we come a knocking, and there's really nothing you can do about it. Oil is just ripping here.
Yeah, that they have a lot of times like that in there, that you won't scrape it, you won't pull data, you won't use it. And so like even like let's say like when I'm here technically, Michael, and like sharing like even like let's say TC 2000, that's illegal essentially. Right? Like even like
it's
technically
civilly for sure.
Technically, right?
Well, and I'll tell we went after because at Trade Ideas there's a whole bunch of YouTube channels you can go to that just have like a bunch of trade ideas scans up.
They
just
do it all the time. They still do it.
And the NASDAQ got mad at us for it. And it's like, well, we don't, it's just him. It's him doing it. It's like, so they're like, yeah, you got to
control him.
They're like, you got to find out who it is. We're like, how do we know? We have thousands of clients. Some dude he's not his name. He didn't put his name out there. So yeah, eventually they ended up just settling and saying, listen, if you can find him, great, we'll turn him off. But until you can find him, go nuts, which is fine for incredibly anonymous people online. But when you're nerds like us that share your face everywhere, you got to be real careful what you share, especially when it's not yours. Now, as soon as you delay things, just if anyone's building stuff, as soon as you delay things get better, but it's got to be a while. And for most people, that will just break what you're doing, right? You got to delay the data. And that just breaks everything. So if you're trying to do like a real-time alert thing, just be careful where you're getting the data from. But IVG,
it's not too hard, guys. Like I'm on like app 8 in the last 6 months to get perspective, right? But you just have to know what you're doing, right? Let's make sure that you are researching, and then you can always just ask the question. You would be so like prudent to just ask the question, is this legal what I'm doing,
Well,
Claude?
and yes, and just always have, and this, I think it's a really good cross reference. So
Yeah,
like
dude.
take the Claude thing, go to ChatGPT and say, I'm building this. Is there any
Is there any
vulnerabilities,
legal issues, right?
liabilities? Is there any, right? Am I opening up myself up to anything here that me or Claude have not thought of? And it will go through and it will try to think of still. Now, if you're going to make a lot of money on whatever you're building, just give a couple bucks to a lawyer to just make sure. But while you're in the testing phase, which something I got to talk about too. Like this is another cool AI project. I got a physical book while I was there that was the coolest thing, I think, of the entire conference. But we'll chat about that later when we have a little time, because it looks like IVG might be on the breakout here, right? It broke out of prior highs. Now we're up 1.5%. Basing here looks like it might be continuing. That and oil are the two things to the up, and everything else is, I'd say, to the flat to down. Let's see if the SPY can get going here just a little bit.
So you want to go through the IGV and then try to find runners, right? That's what I like to do. So like let's say like a rubrics RBRK, that's an AI name, right? Palantir on the upside. A lot of what I'm seeing, Michael, is more the software infrastructure names, which is like your cybersecurity names. Microsoft leads that, right? So that's why you're seeing it up, like a GitLab, like a GTLB, right? I use GitLab for everything I build. So if you're not using GitLab, well, probably doing it
Does
wrong, right?
Microsoft own Git, or does Microsoft just own a bunch of Git? I thought there was some relationship there.
That's a nice little AI question, Michael, because I think there's something there. There's a portion, but let's get the confirmation there. You can look it up while I'm keeping going through. CrowdStrike just continuing to just lift off. Sentinel-1, I'll give you another name to look at there in the cybersecurity space. It's not a one that I think is a favorite, but man, has it woken up this last month. This is what I mean by that the tide can just come and lift all the boats. No one likes Sentinel-1, but they're buying it because the truth is the space is getting the lift, not necessarily just a name, right? Like you could be the most trashiest stock. If you're in the right industry at the right time, you get lift. Ask the people at AI, C3 AI, what AI can do for you. That stock went to the moon when AI first started talking about. Now it's in the dumpster, but things like that. You're in the right space at the right time, you can get a lift.
GitHub and GitLab are not the same thing. So Microsoft owns GitHub, but GitLab is a separate independent company.
It's a good trade today. I will say that.
That is in the DevSecOps. So, okay. So where GitHub is the place that everybody puts repositories up, blah, blah.
Yes.
GitLab is defense, essentially. So it's cybersecurity against things on GitHub. So that's how I was like, how do you have a name that close and not get hit by Microsoft if they own the whole thing? You'd think, you get the name that's confusing. You get a letter from Microsoft saying, listen, do you want to get sued into next week?
Do you want to get sued into next week? Would you like that?
Yes.
No, but GitLab, I think this is a good one to look at also, because I think this is an interesting one. It's like a turnaround story, right? It's an IPO back in like 2021 that has really bottomed out around the $20 and now coming back. I like these turnaround stories sometimes.
And they are direct competitors. So, right. So it's saying it's as 1-to-1 competition as you can get. So, right, if you want to use a proxy for GitHub and then say, okay, the sector is good, then GitLab is still a good way to trade it, even though it's a different company. This is what Perplexity is actually still pretty smart when it comes to the finance stuff. And I only use it because like my cell phone company gave me a year of Perplexity.
Perplexity is essentially just a collection, right? It's not necessarily its own large language model, right?
No, you can pick, but I never pick. I let it decide. I
So
wish it would tell me.
it's like an aggregator of large language models, right?
Yeah.
Think about it like that. All right. It's
Yeah, and
not
what
bad.
it's
I think my problem with it, Michael, is it's too expensive. So, like the tokens that you would spend there, if you're spending your Claude token, right? The same token is cheaper through Claude.
yeah.
So
Well, because they're
it's like
upselling it,
the
right?
efficient.
They're taking
Exactly.
they're taking a
taking
cut
a
and they're
portion.
but no, and I only use it because I don't like to clutter Claude up with all like my random what's the weather like today? Can I feed this to my dog? Like, and that's what, so all that goes in Perplexity. And
Ooh, here's a nice one today, man. Fortinet, FTNT, right? That's never going away, unless you think the internet's going away.
well, this
That's
is
why I like
so
Fast. What was it? Fastly? Yeah, Fastly's the same
Mhm.
thing. If you think the internet's going to be around and you think AI is going to keep searching, well, Fast is one that you buy because guess what? Now that information, like search used to be like, oh, there was search going on. No, now because of AI, there's search going on probably tenfolds, right? Like it's not what it used to be. It's increased, if anything. No one's searching with
the
Google anymore. Everyone's searching with AI.
well, and like if you're searching with Google, you're really just searching. Most people are probably just grabbing the AI response anyway.
Exactly.
And this is
That's why
I
Gemini kept the lead, right? They were able to keep the lead here in the long run for search optimization, at least.
well, and this one guy I was talking to at this conference, he was a developer his whole life. So what he's made a ton of money doing this year is just using technical analysis and his experience as a developer to define the ones that he thinks will survive. And he buys those and he shorts the other one. So he's pretty quick to be short like the Asanas of the world, the Monday.coms, like these companies that, I can build. Actually, I like in 5 seconds, I have a giant project for my business that I'm doing this week. I was like, just build one of those tracker boards for it and go. And it just did it. Like these companies are donezo. So if you have if you're ever in a place where you have real world experience on things like that, then just make sure you're using it where you can say, I can identify pretty quickly the stocks that are going to survive the AI apocalypse, and I can pretty quickly find the ones that won't. There's a huge advantage to be had there. Buying, I think the trade's probably done now, but the people who have been buying cybersecurity and selling Duolingo and random apps like that, you're probably good. Now, again, the trade is probably done, but just think about that for the next. Every time there's a moment like this, you need to learn from it, and I think that's a good learning experience. Next time they're taking an entire sector out with the woodshed, just think: do you know something, or do you know someone? Like, do you have a buddy in like, I don't know, energy? And if they keep smoking energy one day, do you have a buddy you can go, hey man, what can I grab here? That doesn't make sense that it's going down, right?
Wow. One of the things clearly, and I talk about this all the time, you have to track themes. That's what I did, guys. That's why I told you guys cybersecurity names when I was giving Palo Alto at the 250 break. It's 378, right? I was giving CrowdStrike as those two as the leaders in the space, right? I was talking about that at 450, 500 break, right? Of course, the split adjusted would be like, we're talking like 125, right? So it's right now at like 223s, right? So you have to know what's going on underneath the space. What happened here in cybersecurity? There's an actual catalyst that most people don't even know, Michael, is that every big corporation, large corporations, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all these large corporations, they need to go ahead and get ahead. There's this strategic license that's out there right now that they need to kind of abide by. And so it's all about quantum. So they need to up their coding to be able to not get hacked by quantum. And that's what these companies are all reaching out to all these companies about right now. Right? Because as we kind of develop further into things, guess what? There is going to be abilities to hack You could hack one of these major corporations with a quantum computer if you had one right now. And guess what? You could get everything, right? So they need to be ahead of the game, right?
And then for just like, you got to think the liability. Like, so when Apple had that hack and all those nudes were leaked from like celebrities and stuff, they were able to push the blame onto their cybersecurity provider. So it's not even just so much like, could Apple, if they took a couple of their billions of dollars, build a cybersecurity solution? Yeah, but it's way easier to point the finger at that guy and say, we didn't break, CrowdStrike broke. We didn't break, right? And you just
and W owns everything. Right.
Yeah. Just push the liability off. And then when the lawsuits and everything come, you go, yeah, you got to sue the hell out of that guy. Like, not me. You just go get him and everything will be fine. So some of it is always going to exist just from I don't want to have my hands in that cookie jar. I just don't want to be part of that. I want to offload all of that to something else. Like, could have Apple bought like a Foxconn a long time ago? Sure. Do they want that liability and responsibility to actually be the guys making the things? No. So they just have these long-term contracts, which is essentially, if Apple tomorrow said we're not dealing with Foxconn anymore, it goes to zero. So they essentially own it, but they can pass off the liabilities. And it's just ways to keep everything out there at arm's length. So as long as they're not the ones that create the vulnerability themselves, if it comes through another company, they're just not liable. So they don't need to have a good time and just, leave them alone. And then there's probably the middle ground ones, like a CRM, right? Does a CRM survive and just become like part of, like, there's a little AI in your Salesforce system? Probably. They're a big enough company that they might. So these are the ones that are kind of, the cybersecurity got definitely the, little tiny app companies like Duolingo got you're dead. And then there's this middle ground that if you really want to hunt in, there's probably still some room there, like your Salesforces and things like that. Yeah. But it's like anything that happens in the market, there was a huge edge there right in the beginning of saying it makes no sense that they're destroying CrowdStrike because AI exists and buying it. And you had to be early, like really early, to get a huge amount of that edge. If that was risky. Now it's trades, right? You want to take little shots here and there, right? I don't think the pairs trade makes much sense anymore because you're going to see probably more sector individual movement together.
Yeah, what you want to do is, if you want to play it now, you have to look at the laggards. That's why I was looking at the ones that are still in the ditches. Now, if you want to play the IGV catch-up trade, it's the ones that have not gone that could get going, right? Because the tide comes in and lifts those up, right? So, and
more just kind of just opportunistic trades, unless like the guy I was describing before was doing this as an absolute, like, investment, like a long-term thing. And that kind of stuff you've got to be way early to. But there'll be tons of little shots on the way for us traders, right?
And it's always a guess at the end of the day. It's an educated guess. This is why I always tell people that at the end of the day, trading is always about thesis building, right? Essentially, you're a scientist, and you got to think about it that way, right? Build your experiment, test your hypothesis, right? Because it's not nothing is 100%. Even Michael will tell you, right? Everything that he builds in system is essentially a hypothesis that he comes back to and gets results, analyzes them, adjusts it, and continues on with his thesis, right? Because that's what it is, guys.
If you're thinking of the market scientifically, it's how you have to do it, in which you are constantly trying to prove yourself wrong, not right. Mm-hmm. And that's what's hard for so many people. It's like, that's how science works. You come up with an idea, and then if you can just sit there and figure out if it survives you beating it up enough, it's probably a good idea. Same as like a video game, right? They make a video game, then they generally release like betas to publics or other people. Say, try to break our game, try to make this game completely unplayable, try to destroy it. And if it survives, they go, okay, great. And if not, they come with them. They say, yeah, I was able to break your game by doing this, 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 and this. Then they fix it. and just you do that again and again. Even Apple does it. Like I've got the new Siri because I'm signed up on not my main computer, but like my iPhone and the other stuff to a beta, and they're collecting a crap ton of data from a crap ton of people. And it's the same. You come up with an idea, you make a trade, you either make money or lose money, you go back, you adjust. And then you do that forever. So if you don't like that process, I'm sorry, that is what trading is. And that will exist the whole time, right?
So another thing is
leaps on IVG. Ooh, so good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the key thing is, like, it's up to you guys, right? Like, you can either be on the front side of the knife or the back side. I think actually the back side is better because you're not left to risk, but it's always about how you want to go about it, right? The biggest thing, you have to do the deep dive into the themes, right? And understand that not everything is grouped together, right? Software is a very, very big fence to throw all these companies in, right? Because there's companies that do things like, let's say, Duolingo, like language, right? Like, yeah, that's something that's important, but it's not as vital as cybersecurity, right? Like, that's a whole nother ball game, right? So I think what needed to happen was everything needed to be separate in buckets, right? Then you just needed to find what was the big bucket to go after, right? And how would that be affected by AI? What's their moat? What's the data? Do they really have a competitive advantage? That's what I've been saying. Like, if your company has a true competitive advantage, then yes, you're going to be fine. There should be no reason why you get destroyed by AI here. Now, if your company doesn't have an advantage, right? Like, I think like certain companies, like, and I'll be as honest as I can, there's some out here, like, let's say like a Monday.com. Like, I think this company eventually goes to zero, right? Because it's just an HR company, dude. HR companies, I can tell you right now, I can show you right now jobs that are looking. The number one job search for AI right now is people that can create an HR program on AI. So do you think that people want to still be paying Monday.com? No, they're just going to create their own.
Well, and you can look at it as a risk spectrum if things explode. So let's say your project management software explodes. It goes, oh, that sucks. That's going to take a while to fix, but we'll fix it. Yeah. If your cybersecurity solution explodes, your company's done. So it's just a different. I'm okay with hiring some dude to vibe code up a workflow, a project management software, like because if he screws up, I'll fire him and I'll find someone else, and it's no big deal. And at the end of the day, if we can't find anyone, we'll buy something from Monday. So even if these things still exist, the amount of that they can charge for them is so much lower. They're no longer going to sell to giant companies that want to use them. They're going to sell to companies that are so small it's not worth hiring a dude to vibe code up a custom solution. So it goes from I'm going to sell to giant companies with a whole bunch of money to like mom and pop operations where it's just cheaper to spend the $20 a month as opposed to vibe coding your own thing. So then you become from a publicly traded massive company to maybe you're on the pink sheets or you're in a micro cap space or something. And, if you manage your company correctly, you still survive, you make a couple million a year, but you're not this grand thing that's going to do amazing work. And you'll see them all roll. Oh, but we've got our own AI inside. Great. Do you know what has its own AI inside? AI. Right? Like, it's I don't need that anymore.
Looking at healthcare is still hanging in there today. Drug manufacturers doing decent there. I still have one that's a little bit red, looking for these names to turn as Lilly starts to rip higher. Johnson & Johnson ripping higher. I think this is where you're going to see rotation of tech money probably go to, but tech is holding in too. So there's ways to rotate within, right? And computer systems being the leading area today. SanDisk up 4.9% essentially. So SanDisk trying to get a nice bottoming action off that 1,200 level. So $1,200 level there holding well. A stock that's ripping here, NTAP. That's been a nice cup and handle pattern that continues to push to the upside. And then, dare I say, super microcomputers pushing to the upside. But I can't buy that stock with a 10-foot pole. But you guys get after it. Here's another one that's getting a nice little push. UAVS. This is a smaller name, but I think this is a drone player. UAVS getting a nice little push there. AG Eagles. It's a dollar name. So if you guys are penny stock players, maybe that could be a name you look at. UAVS getting a push above $1. I'm continuing to ride some Chevron. Still got Gilead. One's like 1% down. One's 1% up. Riding it out right now. Might take the money in Gilead as I'm just kind of cruising on the 9 EMA here and looking to see if Gilead can come back up and rip. The thing for me on Gilead is just the daily chart just looks too prime if it gets to move, right? Like if it starts to push above this, I don't want to miss this, right? If it gets up into this zone, I'm clear for blue skies, right? Look at the amount of wicks here, right, on the bottom side, right? That to me, that's buying pressure every time it comes down there, right, in the support zone, right? So as long as that can hold right now, it's still looking like a good trade to watch for a potential upside move through that 140. We'll see what happens.
Monster just showing up in a pullback system I have on the swing trading side of things. This thing, I just went to check. You can't do it here because it's got a split. Split in it. But this just always, every time I see this, I'm like, holy crap. It wasn't NVIDIA. It wasn't AI. It wasn't robotics. It was Monster that is
I
up.
actually want to short this thing, dude. I actually want to short this thing, Michael.
15,000% since 2007.
Let's be honest, dude. Damn. Let's be honest. Like Monster's still around, but it's definitely not the same thing, and it's only still gaining market share in international sales, not U.S. sales. U.S. sales have gone quickly on the decline. So
this might be.
I don't know. Maybe this might be the top, Michael. You know what I mean? Like
my spicy
how long can this really go?
Might be that I'll take a Monster over a Celsius any day. There's my
what
spicy
the hell
take of the
is
day.
wrong with you?
Yeah, it's all the same. I don't do it. I try not to do any of them. It's all the same
really
garbage. It's bad for you. Yeah.
No. We're gonna look at the back. If you get the imported one, I will give you that. The Monster imported is a little bit better.
They've got ones that are. They're electrolyte mixed with. I think they're meant for hangovers. Let me see if I can find it. It's like
I know which one you're talking about.
Rejuvenate or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they got those, but come on. Maybe the Mango Loco is not too bad, but over a Celsius, I think Celsius is better. What do you think, Chad?
I don't know. That's a good poll. That's a good poll. Am I wrong here? I don't know. I just look at it and I go, and I don't know. I have a very unsophisticated palate anyway, so they all kind of taste the same to me. But yeah, these ones, Monster Rehab. It's funny. I typed in Monster Hangover, and they came up right away. But it's like, I think it's green tea as opposed to that other stuff, and it's got a bunch of electrolytes in it. I think they literally designed it as like when you're hungover, you're like, "What do you want? A little caffeine. I need to hydrate a little bit as well. I'm good as all." But it's
Microsoft continuing, guys. AVGO
they're all
starting to rise there. So good mention in the chat there with AVGO.
AVGO, yeah, not health advice, but you probably shouldn't be having any of them. Probably just like a coffee or a tea is going to be a little bit, little better in the long run. But
Celsius is not sold in schools. Why not?
Monster is? Wait, what? Now, universities, I used to slam those in university, but hopefully Celsius is not.
I don't think that's accurate. I think they're both are available now because what it is your school distributed by Pepsi or is it distributed by Coke? And so it's all about distribution.
In America, in like your schools?
In
like
high schools. High schools will have energy drinks, Michael.
Jeez. Okay, that explains a lot. Probably, especially when you're that age, you shouldn't be having any of these things. They're all disgusting for you. They're all like battery acid with coffee poured into it.
What are you talking about? Celsius is the fitness healthy energy drink.
Yes, because it's got voodoo and magic and and just still carbonated to heck. But man, wow.
No, they got non-carbonated.
They've that's wild to me that you guys are cool with your kids drinking that stuff, man. Just the last thing I think a high schooler needs is 180 milligrams of caffeine. It's like
anyone want to ship
when I was that young, I did not have energy problems, right? Last thing you wanted to give me is that much caffeine. When I was a teenager in high school, I would have started broken through walls, right?
Yeah, definitely don't need that. Celsius is not sold in schools. I guess Monster still is. I don't understand why, because it's distributed, right? But hey, we'll see what happens there. We could ask AI there, but Celsius is definitely they sold out though too, right? I think a lot of these energy drinks, they always sell out, Michael. That's a telling sign too, right? Like they have like their company, they make it big, it becomes a hype drink, and then out of nowhere they sell to Pepsi or they sell to Coke, right?
Well,
always.
What are you gonna do, right? Eventually, there's an upward limit to where you're not gonna double and triple anymore. You're just gonna start. Maybe slowly, you're gonna end up being a Coca-Cola, where if you're lucky, you return 5% to shareholders every year, and everyone's happy, and that's just like your upward limit. You're not an internet stock where your overhead is near nothing. You're just gonna kind of go through, right? So
you got that right. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Just put out a stop on Chevron to take the money if it starts to pull back there, but it's still continuing to hold pretty well today. Oil continuing to be the leading sector of the day, up 2.04%, just to show you the example. And there he goes, energy and oil. Strait of Hormuz. But I thought it was closing. I thought it was opening. Looks like at least the oil names are showing us that it's closing.
yeah. Just
right, so hey, it's just how it goes sometimes.
Berkshire Hathaway, so close, all-time highs. So this candle right here, for those who weren't paying, this is the retirement candle, right? This is when the dude said, "That's enough. I tap out." End up being the top for a bit, but getting close there. So that means financials. It means insurance. It means, right? You guys all know all the stuff that just made me think of it when we were thinking Coke and Pepsi. Right, because I bet you part of like the guy's takeover, he had to sign something. Don't you sell my Coca-Cola? Don't you? Buffett's just well known. He's owned this thing forever, but it's whole. He drinks like 4 of these things a day, and somehow he's still kicking. So maybe they're not as bad for you as we thought. But nice little push up. So it wasn't that, because that's not making new highs. Is it his insurance? KIE? No. That's not moving. So something under the hood there with Buffett's starting to kick up. Might be financials, but he's doing things over there. I guess he's buying stuff. Yeah, I know their whatever thing came out.
All right, and so I have it. I did the research. Here you go, Tack. Don't ask me to do this again, Tack. Tack, don't tell me unless you have the proof. There it is on the screen. Our Monster Energy drinks in high school, according to the CDC, 11.6% of secondary schools. And 75% of school districts have no policy on selling high caffeinated drinks like Monster. Celsius, commonly found in high schools across the U.S.
Wild. That's wild to me. Hey. I don't know. Could be here now. I obviously don't spend a lot of time in high schools, but
there you go.
That's just crazy.
It's present in many high schools and vending machines and school snacks. So just as good as Monster, and a big part of that, Pepsi, bringing in the actual news, which is distribution goes everywhere.
That's
right. So distribution goes everywhere, dude. If you bring Pepsi inside your school, they're gonna want to sell you the one drink that they know they can sell to kids. The key
That's
is,
just, yeah,
there's a
I
kid
was,
that's drinking like 2 or 3 of these a day.
yeah, I was crazy as a kid. I couldn't imagine
Then
doping
they're
me up with
wondering
that
why
much
why kids are
caffeine.
jumping off the walls.
Oh man, it's like, here you go, crazy hormone driven 16-year-old. Here's 180 milligrams of caffeine right to your dome.
No, it's even more. It's 200. It's 200, Michael. That's
See,
what
we have a cap here, so you're not allowed to sell 180. You're not allowed to sell anything. So Starbucks, they've got a nitro cold brew, and they can only sell it in like the little one. Because I asked them, I'm like, can I just this was
get a
back
bigger
when
cup, right?
the second kid was born. I'm like, listen, I need enough. She's like, listen, you can order 2, but we're not allowed to put them in the same cup because of the regulations, but not for you guys. Just have at it, I guess. Good nuts.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
There's some that it really all started back in this energy drink called Redline. I remember when I was in high school, you had to be 18 to buy this. And then Redline was crazy, dude. You had like 250 milligrams of caffeine. You had to be 18 to buy it. And that's when it's all started. That one little energy drink thing started all these big energy drink things. And then the FDA never stepped in to regulate the amount of caffeine here, right? Because caffeine's, let's be honest, it's the number 1 drug used in the world, right? Yeah, it can get very addictive, right? Like I can tell you guys when, like Michael, right? When the boys were a little younger, and even I think like I would say like a year ago, right? Like up to like 1.5, the Celsius were the best friends here in the house.
Yep.
And you got to do what you got to do if you're gonna work, right? And take care of kids, but
That's why
definitely
I'm off it
it's
now.
not something you want to live on, right? You want to find your way off of it. And at least I've found my way off of it, and now I just drink, like maybe a coffee, and I try to limit it to 1 a day, right? Something simple. If there's a really bad day, maybe we can rely on a Celsius, but drinking that on a daily it'll
it's
get
a
you.
performance enhancing drug, and you want to use it for that. Like you want to be able to go, okay, I need
200's breakfast.
I need a pick me up. Meanwhile, right, we haven't been talking much about the market because it's been a slow grind. There's really nothing to be said, but
oil.
it is a grind.
It's oil. Like I'm grinding the oil. You see me get in here. I chased and I still am grinding higher, right? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so pay attention. Same with XLG or IVG is putting in another base here. So could be another moment, right? So a nice little, every base it's made so far today, it's broken out of. I don't know if this will be the last one, but pay attention to that. But yeah, you can see the SPY just slow grind higher. It's up 0.1% after all this. And same kind of with the Qs, just slow grind. Like these are the days that I think it probably is very good to have a much longer term view on your trades. If you're trying to scalp this market where it's moving, 0.01% every few minutes, you're probably having a bit of a hard time. But and it might be this way for the rest of the summer where you just take a longer term, I'm going to buy support and take a step back. I'm going to sell resistance and I'm going to take a step forward and just let it go. Like give it an hour, give it a couple hours, to give it a day to kind of work out. Because if it's going to grind like this and it's going to grind in your favor, that's great. And looking back on the charts that I missed, there was a lot of this on the week that I was gone, where you had these, they weren't fast moves, but they were slow grind higher. Even that kind of really wicked day that we had was the same thing, where it just trended all day. Trend days in the market are rare. It's been heavily studied. It's only about 30% of the time they define it as a trend trade, which just means it grinds higher for most of the day. Most of the time it's chop. 70% of the time the market's going to chop around. So if it's going to do these slow grinds, I think you're best to pick your point, pick your level, maybe a little, you can get away with this low volatility with a tighter stop, but just let it go. Give yourself that time, that room to let it go.
DraftKings working well. I mentioned this stock in the pre-market. This is my NFL seasonal trade. I've played it. I think I'm 3 for 3 for it in the last 3 years. So why not go after it again? It's pick up DraftKings right around this time and look for the daily breakout, especially after their earnings stocks. Earnings are out of the way, and that's exactly what we've gotten. Ever since earnings, we've gotten a quick move to the upside here, and we're talking about a name that's really in the dumpster and kind of cheap, right? Like, you know what I mean? This thing could spike here. So this is just one name that I'll keep in mind and on the radar here as it starts pushing here to the 25 spot would be really the breakout. It's holding well on the day and started this breakout really on Friday. So a little
So
bit
yeah,
of
I've got
some
these.
seasonality trade. You can also go Flutter Entertainment if you like a different name.
I've got a couple of these shorts on this SEZL. This is just a bit of a gap fade strategy I'm working on. Talked about WWR, YJ, and MB. This MB, this is the beauty of systems trading. So I look at this and I go, I don't want to trade this thing. Look at the volume on it. It's like near nothing. So I need to go back into my strategy. I just got to crank up the volume, today's volume. I have a filter for it has to have done a ton of volume yesterday, and part of it, remembering the teachings of Kevin, is that the volume should have dried up because the whole point of this hangover trade is that people have forgotten about it. No one cares about it anymore. Away she goes lower, but I got to be careful, right? This is a little too low where, anytime you see a dash like this for the very new traders, it just means there was one trade that occurred at this price. So these are 1 minute candles. So there was one trade that happened on the open, right? There was one trade that happened after this. This is too low a volume in order to have a trade as well, right? There we go. But yeah, so that's what, and I'm not going to do anything with this trade, right? I made my bed. I'm going to lie in it. But it's the next trade, right? It's getting ready for the systematic traders. We don't do anything or change anything on any one individual trade because we understand that one individual trade is almost sheer luck and randomness. So there's nothing to do there. However, what we do is the reason I still sit here and I still observe and I still watch everything as like a passive observer is because I need to see things like this and learn about things like this for the next trade. So I'm looking at this and saying, okay, well, this didn't work. That volume's too low, that volume's too high, whatever it is. And then my work begins when this stream ends, and I'll sit here and I'll program that in, and then going forward, everything is so it's making like 1% adjustments all of the time until you end up getting to a point where you're like, okay, I've gotten enough of the juice out of this, and then after that, I've gotten all the juice out of it, then it's on to the next one. So I still think I've got some more juice on this, but overall, been very happy with this kind of hangover setup. It is rather inconsistent, so you're not going to make money every day doing it. But every now and then you hit one that just runs all day and just tanks. So, it is good in a basket of other systems, right? I think is the important thing, right? And beautiful that Trade the Pool can do it, because I don't know how well this would survive with having a hard time shorting, borrow costs, all that kind of stuff. Not something you have to worry about with Trade the Pool. But if you were trading these in your broker, you definitely have to account for those, right? Because it's a different world, right, in which you've got those different things. So
Guys went long there. DraftKings. I also went long there on FCX as I start to see basic materials go green and looking to see copper make the lead. Aluminum having a good day. Coal having a good day. Silver pushing here. Steel pushing. Now looking for copper to keep pushing, and metals and minerals is another area to look for. Talked about this last week, Michael, how you could see a shift in these names. Take a look at how MP Materials has been trading the last couple of days. USAR, also names to kind of keep a watch on. These names are hot, 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 and they're coming into their earnings. And that's usually when you start to see the pickup, right? And a lot of traders don't want to hold there through the earnings, but you start to see some pickup, right? And these names are showing some life. I went after FCX here, but looking to see like SCCO lead, right? That's pushing towards a 202. Well, this is another trade that I really like. If you guys like a longer term trade, right? SCCO, the cheapest copper available in the market, right? And we'll see if these names can continue. Of course, if the AI names continue strong, these could be names that continue seeing the lift. And like I mentioned earlier, could we see energy come back today? On the radar was CEG. It's starting to make that move now. Energy holding in there. Can we start to see a lift there? Well, there's trades to be had now, guys. So definitely, if you've been kind of on the sideline now, things are starting to play in more trends. You're getting a little pullback there in energy. That's going to help things out. And now we'll look to see if it continues to strength, right? So let's see if we get some lift off in the Qs, the SPY. The SPY is the area that I'm seeing the lift, and the Qs is sideways. So SPY tells us what? Healthcare, financials coming in, and basic materials starting to push. Tech holding in, right? Like just sideways, slow, steady up. But slow and steady is better than free falls down, right? They're not washing it, right? And I was looking to see if they'd wash, but we didn't get it, right? At least for the time being.
And that's the simplest pattern to look for, right? On top of everything else. If you just want a simple, right, psychology of markets, big rips up, slow, meandering, no one really gives a shit on the way down. Big rips up. It's just going to be the easiest way to judge
red
excitement.
To greens especially too, right? Dip buying. Yeah. Right, dip buying usually represents that risk-on feeling, right? They're willing and able. They see the stock go down, they put up defense, and that changed, right? That changed like 2 weeks ago, right? Because we were seeing a lot of mean reversion trades.
At the end of the day, that's what a trend is, right? And that's how it's always good to kind of step back from all the fancy words we use for everything. A trend is stock went up. When it pulled back, people were willing to pay a higher price for it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
You know, same.
That's why we buy stocks that are going up, right? Like that's why you buy stocks that are going up. You don't buy stocks that are going down. And you guys know that I'll be willing to take a stock that's going down, but after I see some type of basing, right? Some type of thing that can show me that buyers wanted to come back into it, right? It's not always catching the quick down and back up. It's also looking for those continued trends, right? That's why cyber has been such a good trade. Because even when the market was coming down here and there was all this uncertainty out there, that trade held, right? That's always a good sign, right? If you're in a strong area in an industry and the overall market is turning down on you, but your stocks don't want to turn down, that's a tell sign. Right? That means you're positioned in the right area, man.
Well, it's why I think cybersecurity or not relative strength will always be a tell, because it's just like a trend is just people willing to pay more for the thing. Relative strength is simply when people are selling the market, they're not selling your thing. And this is, we all try to as humans, make everything the most complicated thing that we possibly can. And it is a huge problem. And not just with this, but everything that a human does, we try to make it as complicated as we can. And this is why it's always good to kind of come back and revisit the core of technical analysis, which is, are people buying this thing instead of other things? And are people willing to pay a higher price every time it moves lower than the other thing? And that's the important, anything can spike. And, some of these names, like this MB that I'm in, this thing just skyrocketed and now it looks like it's tanking. This is not a trend. This is a spike. Now, if people are willing to dig in at a higher price than before, then it starts to become a trend. So it's when
Microsoft, right? I was short this name and I can tell you that's telling me something, right?
Right.
That's why you don't fight it today.
And you study those candles because the big green candles go up, and then you have meandering, slow red candles that no one really cares about. And those are, people aren't aggressively shorting it. They're just taking some profits. They made some money. They're selling a bit. It comes down a little bit. And then the next thrust comes up and people get excited. So if there's tons of ways to trade it, either you're someone who's buying on the breakouts, which is great. You're going to have a slightly lower win rate, but you can really catch some good moves. Are you the guy buying on the pullback? Because at the end of the day, that's it, right? You're buying as it's going up, or you're buying as it's going down, and then everything else is just figuring out the idiosyncrasies and trying to figure out all that nonsense. But at the end of the day, you're someone who buys the stuff going up or buys stuff going down. Mitch is more of a buy the stuff going up, and I'm more of a buy the stuff going down. But at the end of the day, it's all based around this very simple concept of this kind of zigzag-ish that the market contributes more than anything, right?
Yeah, and you're trying to, at the end of the day, time, right? That's what it is. And timing is never going to be perfect, right? You're always going to be off a little bit, right? Like, it's almost like you have those every now and then when you get like a lucky entry and it just immediately goes in your favor. Yeah. But that's why I think you always need to be understanding the level and sizing that you're going about things, because that's how you cut your hand too early, right? If you want to find out a way to lose a trade before it goes in your favor, it's usually those two things, right? It's too much size, or you mistimed it with too much size. And then that can be a ruining factor too. Right. So,
yeah. And I know we're going to education here in a second, but I just wanted to hit on that last thing that you said, that timing is everything. It's important. Right? One man's uptrend is another man's downtrend. If you're someone who's looking at 1 minute candles, you can be seeing an uptrend. And if you're someone who's looking at daily candles, you can see a downtrend. And if you're looking at weekly candles, you can see an uptrend. If you're looking at monthly candles, you can see a downtrend. So, make sure that whatever it's the, I always thought it was funny. I think it was JC who said that everyone on Twitter should just put their time horizon in their bio. And then that would settle like most Twitter fights. If someone's like, oh, SpaceX looks really good here. It's like, okay, well, do you mean for a day? Do you mean for 10 minutes? Do you mean for a month? Do you mean for 10 years? Right? Because those same things, you could be disagreeing with somebody, but it's just for a different time frame, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's pop over to some education. I'm going to rant at you guys a little bit more about this SpaceX stuff that we talked about earlier here.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so we covered this a little bit, but I thought I'd take a second to do it a little bit more formally and look at what I was looking at during the SpaceX trade, because this was a great one. So, right, $100 billion was unlocked and the market ripped. A lot of people are trying to figure out why, and these are all the these are two of the millions of tweets that I saw before this. Like, if you went on stock twits, it was overwhelmingly tweets like this: just wait for the unlock, everything's going to crash. Just wait for the unlock. It's all going to be over as soon as this. Oh no, the stock sucks already. As soon as it unlocks, there's going to be all this supply. Everything sucks. And I did a spicy tweet at the end. I'll share the quote from that. But so then, if we were all watching, which we were, the exact opposite happened. Right, we unlocked on the 6th. The 6th was a really positive day. The 7th, we absolutely ripped. As of this morning, I think we're like flat. I don't think it's really moved that much, but it ripped up. It was like 23% from the moment the unlock happened. And this should take a step back to explain. I think most of you will know, but what is an unlock? It's essentially when an IPOs comes public, then they're not going to want everybody to sell it all at once. So if you're an insider and you have some, maybe you can sell 10% when it IPOs, but you can't sell it all. And then a little bit later, maybe you can sell another 10 or 20%, and then another 10 or 20%. And they spread this out through the life of the stock. And the hope is that we don't just have an absolute collapse, like a pump and dump. Like, it comes IPO. If everyone in the world could sell, on these days it was ripping, they'd probably sell and it all kind of tank. So everybody thought that the unlock was going to tank it. And if you look at it very surface level and you don't think too much about it, it makes sense. I don't think that these people were necessarily like idiots or anything. If you're saying that there's more, 900 million shares are available to sell, it makes sense that you think the stock's going to go down. More shares are available to sell. Makes sense that could be overhead supply. However, it didn't. So what I wanted to look at is what I think the closest competition is to SpaceX when it came to the size of the IPO, and that was Facebook. And I was around for this, but I was still a young buck at that time. And those arrows that I drew on this meta chart were the unlocks, which didn't happen and tanked the stock. In fact, they also happened around the bottom. And if you look at Meta, it kind of looks like SpaceX did, where it IPO'd and got cut in half and then based around for a while. And that's why I think, I came this morning and I said, I think we might be in this stage for SpaceX where we just piss off a lot of people. And then eventually maybe it starts going if it's a success, and if not, tanks. But yeah, this ends up being interesting. So that's like an N of 1 study or an N of 2 study. It worked on SpaceX and it worked on Meta. So is it something to do? Because as a systems trader, my entire job, like you guys see, I don't press any buttons to place trades while I'm here. It's not my job. My job is to think about what the next potential edge is that I can add to everything else that I'm doing. So of course I start thinking, well, if unlocks aren't bearish, which we know they're not now, does that mean they're bullish? Well, I found a study. So thankfully, someone had already done a lot of the lag work and found out they're essentially neutral. And this was a study done, if you want to read it, it's Field and Hanka. I'm probably butchering that, from the Journal of Finance in 2001. So you can go read the study if you want. They studied 3,217 lockups in which, there was this influx of shares from insiders. They found out it was about a 1.8% negative move. That is, if you watch SpaceX, that is less than 1 day move. So essentially a non-event, right? This is something that there is no edge long, there is no edge short. You don't sell when a lockup happens. You don't really buy when a lockup happens. However, I think there's still some takeaways, and I still think there's something to study here, and I'm going to do that. And of course, I'll share it with you guys at work. SpaceX was clobbered into this lockup. It was down like 20 sessions, like a month in a row of just absolutely getting taken to the woodshed every single day, right? I have the chart here. Just look at this. Just absolutely destroyed each and every day. It was the most obvious thing in the world to be bearish, this thing. It just ground its whole way down. And is that the signal? So that's what we need to look at. And the takeaway that I'm giving from this is, one, technical analysis does an amazing job at some things. I should probably be the one as the CMT that says technical analysis can do everything. I'm not that guy, but technical analysis does a very good job of telling you potentially what's priced in. What does the market think? Right? You can look at Kalshi and all these things, but what does the market think? Well, the market obviously thought that earnings and the lockup for SpaceX weren't going to go too well. That's why leading up to this for an entire month, this thing got absolutely destroyed. When those things came in just better than expected, even slightly, you get a rip. You got a rip after earnings that was quickly sold off and tanked again. But the day these shares unlocked, they ripped. And here's TAC saying the same thing, right? It's just too obvious. If the market moved like that, we'd all be trillionaires. If there was, this is a bad event, therefore I should short it, that would be way too easy for the market. And so my question, going back and looking at that study, is two things. A, it ended in 2001. That's 25 years ago. So is there either a newer study that I could find, or has this edge kind of changed as the nature of IPOs have changed? Companies used to be very small and IPO and work their way up the ladder. Doesn't seem like that's the way it works at all. Now you have companies that are huge and they IPO at the top of the market. So maybe there is some sort of an edge there on the unlock. Also, doesn't matter about the price action before the unlock, because that's something the study did not look at. If we go back to my SpaceX, again, example, got absolutely smoked. Again, the obvious thing was this company's dead. It's it's tanking. The unlock is going to give us more shares, and sentiment's in the toilet. But if you look at Meta, it was kind of the same thing. And it's funny to look back that all this happened at $20 a share for Meta, looking at where it is now. But the same thing is, this thing tanked and tanked and tanked, and then the unlocks happened and it ripped. So is there an edge there? I don't know, but I need to figure out why. Now, why could this exist? Well, one, SpaceX was hugely shorted. It was like 38% of the float was short going into this. Everybody in the world was short this stock. Like, the majority opinion was that this unlock is going to be bad. I think that's part of it. Here it says 35. I read as high as 38. The other thing is that if you're an insider and you just watched your net worth get cut in half, are you selling then? Are you like, maybe I'll hold on, it'll bounce a bit, maybe it will sell, which could be what creates this base that I think is going to happen. But are you going to sell right at the lows? Are you going to dump this thing out? And lastly, this is something I didn't even remember to include in the video that I made about this, but when I was at this CMT conference, I actually asked people. I did a poll. I said, how many people think it's going to break under 100? Everybody raised their hand. Everybody was like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy it when it breaks 100. So another maybe sentiment thing of why it never broke 100. And this is the quote that I made. I think I put this out on Stock Twits and people jumped on me, which was funny. It's rarely the thing that everybody knows about that you need to worry about. If everyone in the world knows that this thing is coming, it's published in a prospectus, it's on the news all the time, everybody's talking about it, it's probably not the thing you have to worry about. They call it a black swan for a reason, is because people didn't know black swans existed before they found one. That's rarely what I think. Now, does that mean that I am just going to go out and buy every unlock that happens from now on? Absolutely not. But I just want to go through the process of a potential system that I may create, where one, I noticed I noticed a stock doing something completely opposite to what the market thought it was going to do. Everyone in the world was short. Everyone in the world was betting that this thing was going to tank under $100 when the unlock happened, and it didn't. So then I went and I looked to see if there was any published studies out there, and there was, and they didn't agree with me. It did not agree that unlocks are generally bullish or bearish. They are probably net neutrals, net nothing. So then it goes to, okay, well, what can I potentially add to this study and what do I have left to test? So for me, I simply just want to go and I want to test if a stock is down 20, 30, 40% going into a unlock, is there an edge there? You guys tune into this stream. I will let you know if there is, but that's how we create a system. Is you notice something that is unusual that happens in the market, and then you start to dig in. Is this something studied before? Is there an edge that has to happen here? I don't know. I bought SpaceX. It was an amazing trade. I'm completely out of it now. It was a great trade, but that great trade could be just the start of it, if there is one, because what if Anthropic and OpenAI and Stripe and Shen and all these different companies come public and they do the same thing? What if they come public and they tank and then there's an unlock and they rip from there? Well, a systematic trader, it would be a shame if I wasn't ready for it, right? And then if I find that there is nothing, well, then I'll just kind of move on from there. But that was my thinking for the SpaceX IPO. What happens next with SpaceX, I have absolutely no idea, but that was the trade, right? Everybody was thinking one thing. So I kind of assumed that that wouldn't be the thing that would take place. So a little bit of education, a little bit of kind of my thought process of the overall market and just fading what the masses are thinking.
All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys, as the market continues to kind of move all around, right? At least for the time being, we're looking good here as things start to kind of climb back up here. Qs are still teetering, but the SPY is continuing to work higher. DraftKings doing really well, even setting off my alert there at the 2476, looking for the 25 recovery today. FCX doing well too. So, hey, it's not all bad right here. There's some areas, some pockets out there that are looking good.
Yeah,
Also, if
IVG,
you see
another
my
one.
eyes
Rip.
never leave the screen, that's also a cheat.
Oh, is that what that? I looked at that for the NVIDIA like eye tracking thing. I'm like, man, that's getting to
It
like
used
the
to not
creepy
be that
point.
good. It used to not be that good, but it got a little bit better. They made an update. I used to not use it. I could have
Whoops.
always used it, but they've made some improvements, right? So I also have like a auto tracker.
Oh, look at you go! Look at you go!
Like an auto
Wow,
frame.
you can just
You just
start
need a
running.
GPU.
Like if you end up just sprinting back and forth across, if you're like real bored one day, you can
Yeah,
just go,
man.
you know
I
what, screw
mean,
it.
AI tracking, man. That's the future of how majority cameras will work, right? I mean, track your subject in AI. That's the only way.
Yeah, I looked at that. Because I think mine can do it too, but I'm like, man, it's gonna go to the end of the green screen. You're gonna see how filthy it is behind me. Because every now and then I come in, the kids have just torn everything up in the office. I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't have to clean this up before stream. I can just kind of walk away.
Yeah. It's not a bad way either. It also takes me out of the darkness. That was my main thing. I think I switched to it. I don't got to be in such darkness anymore.
Yeah. No, it's it's the way to go. You know, physical or AI or whatever, and just
Yeah, you just got to find the right image, right? The right image that blends well.
One day we're gonna show off, or you can just be in like the pits of darkness with me here, but
in the cave, in the cave with Michael Noss. I think that should literally be there you go, man. You got your next short series.
I'm in the void.
In the cave with Michael Noss.
When I used to do, where is it? I used to do this, where that is like
in the quant cave. There you go. In the quant cave with Michael Noss.
Yeah, that's the actual window that's behind me that I
I remember.
But I'm like, it's just, then I got to take a picture of it every now and then. It's just easier to go, bam, black,
update it,
void.
And
it's pain in the butt. So I just live in the middle of nowhere. I'm just literally inside of a void.
Well, guys, as my DraftKings,
welcome to my void.
As my DraftKings trade continues to work, I do want to mention that I'm gonna be trying to open up a little bit of a fantasy football competition here for us here at Trade the Pool. Let me know if in the chat you guys would be interested in some fantasy football out there. Let me know. That's what you guys are. Who's playing some fantasy football out there? Actually, I'm working on.
Not I. I don't know. You couldn't. If you gun to my head, you're like, name 7 football teams. Like, nope, I got nothing. Just let her go.
Yeah. Let me know in the chat. Let's see.
Big deal down
Tyler
there.
Smith, real quick. Me.
No, have at it, right? No, I know there's a lot of people out there that watch that are, especially America. It's a big. I thought your thing was supposed to be baseball, though. I thought that was like the American half part or pastime was baseball, but I don't see that talked about nearly as much.
Michael, that's why it's the pastime.
I get
you get what I mean? That's why they say it's the America's pastime. It's too boring for these Americans, Michael, if they don't see blood or 250-pound men hitting each other. They don't get excited.
I don't blame 250 pound, no bigger. I'm 250 pounds. Got to be way bigger than that. Talking probably.
Well, I mean,
add 100 to it.
Yeah, I mean, some linebackers in that 250 range, and you got guys a little bit higher, but 250 of steel though. I mean,
oh yeah,
250 of steel. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different.
I'm probably 200 of steel and then 50 of not steel. That way.
But yeah, man, it's like that though. I mean, That's just the way it is, man. But yeah, man, we'll let you guys know on that. If you guys are interested in that, let me know in the chat, because of course we'll need some more people to be a part of it. But if you guys would like some fantasy, let me know. Baseball's not boring. Derek, don't worry. I am a big baseball fan. But I will tell you, to like let's say like the overall regular person, like if I turned on baseball for Michael, he's gonna tell me it's boring.
I would be. All my memories of sports are my dad being like, yeah, I love these sports things, and then just being like out like a light every time. Like it's like the first pitch and he's and I'm like, yeah, that's real exciting there, bud. And now as a dad, totally understand. Like it's like, yeah, anything to be left alone and have a nap in the middle of the day, I get it. I'm all for it. It could be the most boring thing in the world, but man, those midday naps are magic.
Hey, you want to watch some sports? It's not cartoons. It's not flashy. It's very not. It's not going to give your kid probably autism.
It's like
because
lack
some of these
of
Disney shows, man. Some of these Disney shows, man, you gotta watch what they click.
Flashing, everything's flashing in their face, and I'm like, man, I'm getting overwhelmed with this, and my brain is fully developed. This is not. It's probably not the way this thing should work.
Yeah, man. Socks pop there. I think what it is that we're gonna see that kind of chop, right? Like, back and forth with the Qs, right? The Qs are now coming down. Can Microsoft now come down? It could be that type of day. Really, you're not getting a move higher on tech, right? You're getting a chop around type, right? Which in the long run leads me to think that we're due for some type of pullback. Will the pullback be big? I don't think so. But does it mean that there will be some type of pullback? I mean, stocks don't go straight up, right? At some point, we're expecting some type of little leak type of action, right? Doesn't mean that it completely leaks, but you're still way away, extended from the nines on a lot of different areas. And let's just be honest, Qs extends away from the nines, but how often does it get really far away from the nine? Not often, right? It can do this, right? And that's the question. Are we going into this zone? Michael, and I talked about this when you weren't here, so I think it's interesting to kind of point to, because I know you're the type that would look at something like this, right? I started like going back into the history, and I got to put it longer so I can scroll back. But this looks a lot. This move looks very similar to how this move looks like, right? Those undercut and rallies, the washing out of the bulls, and then sending the market into trend markets, right? So washing out the bulls and then sending it into trend markets. We could be in that,
a lot
right?
about this with the other CMTs there, and we're wondering, the big conversation, which would be interesting to talk about, is this a guy brought an interesting chart, and he basically showed the last Trump admin and this Trump admin, and how many of these undercuts happened, and then most other administrations and how they happened. And it was way rarer in the other administrations. And again, this is not a partisan whatever, but it just shows that, we know the guy is going to kick over the apple cart. And then after he kicks over the apple cart and things get really hairy, he's going to back off of kind of whatever he did. And he's like, is that phenomenon, is that what creates these? So is it just for the next, 2 years, 2.5 years? Do you just look for this pattern? Do you just draw support lines, wait for those support lines to break, and then just wait for that good news to come out, the backing off of whatever, just because we know that there's more onus taken from this administration to the business community, that when the business community starts to cry uncle, that he's going to kind of reverse whatever. So yeah, it was just interesting that he just brought up, it was like, this is this administration, this is this, and just the difference in what bottoms looked like. And yeah, it just seems like this one, and it was more the Republican side of things, just cares more about the business side of things. So they're gonna rip the market. It was an interesting study. There's a couple of them. Again, I'll talk. We're running out of time, but this is going to be one that we'll talk about soon. You'll like this. This is a guy used. Again, we'll tease it. But he used ChatGPT, and then after he used ChatGPT, he went and used an actual translator to translate Mitsuisha Homo. He was the guy who was credited for Japanese candlesticks. Turns out he didn't make up Japanese candlesticks at all, but he translated the dude's entire. This is a guy. Again, we'll tease for tomorrow. Maybe this will be tomorrow's chat. But he basically, inflation adjusted, became a billionaire trading rice contracts, and a lot of them think of him as like the godfather of technical analysis because he wrote down all of his rules for trading. And yeah, this guy who was a NASA engineer ended up. I'm gonna bring him on the stream one time. It'll be an interesting chat. A NASA engineer ended up building this book where he translated all of the teachings of this guy, and I've got a couple experts that will be really cool. So we'll chat about that more tomorrow. So there's your teaser why you got to come back tomorrow.
Well, there you have it, guys, and come back to find out what happens in some of these swing trades. Come to find out if I'm cashing in DraftKings, if it was time to get in on the bets or not. Like always, guys, we'll continue covering the markets. We'll continue covering trade ideas. We'll continue showing you guys the quant methods, the subjective methods, and everything in between right here, guys. Of course, where you have limited risk, trade the pool, guys. Like always, keep pushing forward in your trading journey. Let us know how things are going. Good or bad, we're here to support you guys. I know that we saw a new subscriber out there just a few moments ago, so shout out to him, Zed in the chat, 7938. I see you out there. Welcome to it. Right? This is a show where you can actually get your trade ideas checked out, where you can actually bring ideas to us. And trust me, Michael and I love when you guys bring the trade ideas, because it can really help us in the long run find out some new ideas, right? Like Michael and I love to hear from the chat, whether it be from anybody, really. As long as you can tell us the reason why you're taking a trade, we can go ahead and look at it too. We're always here to help each other continue growing, whether that be teaching from your strengths and weaknesses to learning different strategies and maybe looking into the quant life, right? If you haven't checked out Michael Nass's videos on building bots right here that you could be trading with right here on Trade the Pool, well, check out, like always, we have playlists right there on our YouTube and different videos that Michael has already done. And there's a new one coming out soon. So stick around for that one. We'll keep pushing forward. Have a good one. Michael, thanks for joining us. And all you guys continue right here as we get over to the scanner side. And there'll be more action right here on this channel. Don't go anywhere.
Hello. My screen is tilted and showing everything. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back with you guys. Testing, testing. I think we got it. What's up, everybody? Steve Tileman here. Thank you for your patience. I see you, Nigel. I see you, Tyler. I see you, everybody. How you doing, guys? We are having an interesting morning here. Let's look around the horn and see what we see. We like an A-Lab. I like A-Lab. I was watching this one earlier. Starting to look like higher lows on chips, potentially forming. Definitely a little suspicious here with this lower low that we put in on SOXL, basically the chips index on the right. But hey, if it swept there and is really strong, it still isn't proven till it gets back up over this middle of the W, but hey, not too shabby. Hey, Snowman, good to see you. What's going on? Protect that green, they say. I like it. I like it. That's what I'm trying to do here. So I think it's just me today. I think Josh is out. He needs a day off, and he deserves it, guys. So we're going to nerd out while the boss is away. How's that sound? Hey, Haunted, good to see you. So let's take a look around at some of the chips in the house. I've been watching DRAM pretty closely here. DRAM looking good. I just bought some DRAM earlier this morning. Cleo, you got to stop. So let's see. Cat's trying to climb the windowsill again. All right, you're out, Cleo. I swear, it's like she knows I'm on stream, and she's trying to do everything she can to distract me, literally climbing the curtains, hanging off of them. All right, guys, so we're watching chips to see if they put in the high or low. Let's go around the horn. We have Micron trying their best. We got a spike in the morning on these memory stocks. It's trying to show some relative strength in the second half of the day, but still tough. Yeah, Cat's out of here, Snowman. One strike, she's out. A few other things I did today. VST. So I bought a little bit of VST, just a starter, but I think it is a buy off of this level. What I'm going to be watching for is a few things. So first off, the potential short that I was watching that didn't play out so far, I think we still might need to consider it. And that's essentially a wick back into this 15-minute fair value gap. So this is what I'm kind of hesitant about going long chips intraday right now. Like I said, I do have a little bit of VST, but I'm just a little bit worried about where this is going to close in this 15-minute fair value gap. Until we can clear this, until we can clear the moving averages as well, just a little bit sketched out here, and we could be looking at a break of the prior lows and then a back test into internal liquidity. So still a downward pattern until we break this here. There is the possibility that this is all she wrote, and then we go downtown. That is the one thing I'm a little bit sketched out on here. So we'll see what's going on as the hour progresses. We're going to be watching 5-minute closes as usual. So let's see. Tyler wants bought some VST and TLN. I like it. Wanted CEG but ran out of money to buy. I feel ya. It's one of those times in the market where there feels like there's a lot of things that you want to have a little bit of exposure into in case they start really going. But then every day that you have a big red day, you're like, wait, is the bottom in chips? I still think it is, but it's hard to say for sure. So TLN, I like this one from a fundamental perspective. Getting real tight here on this higher low. Still just like messy, big base here. And it reminds me of the other ones in the same space. I like VST the most, I think. But I'm definitely being a little greedy here. I'm buying because it's cheap more than buying because it looks like it's going to break out. I think it's going to work its way back up, at least to this 160 handle. But we shall see. Let's see. You're looking for long-term buys in QSR and Wing. QSR is going to be the food conglomerate, if I recall correctly, right? Interesting. And by interesting, I mean a little bit boring, but that's okay. So I think that we're starting to eat through this gap. I just want to watch for a few more minutes while we do. Then we're going to get into our around the horn segment. And I think we want to progress on upwards. Let's check the other indices, see if we can get any hints. This is a tough setup. Until we get over this last swing high, it's hard to really put much faith into a long. Until we lose the actual low of the day and find traction underneath it, find acceptance underneath it, it's hard to really believe that we've got that much strength short. Hey, Joshua Walker, we're talking consolidation here. We're going to be probably not doing too much in this hour just because it's hanging out in this tight box. What we'd like to see is a reclaim of VWAP on Qs, reclaim of this purple box here, this fair value gap on chips. Let's see what's going on with SPY itself. Hey. So SPY hit into its supply zone, is catching for now over the hourly trigger for me, sitting at 773, but still a little bit weird in terms of structure. I mean, it doesn't have a real proper double bottom unless we're looking at this like 1 minute chart. And it's a little hard for me to trust these 1 minute double bottoms, especially off of news. So a little bit spooky. This candle, by the way, was Trump saying, something about Iran. He was saying Iran is asking for compensation for damage done to them for the last 5 months of military conflict. I am likewise demanding compensation from Iran. Okay. I guess just saber rattling scared the market a little bit. It's not like something crazy. Just a crazy person saying something. I don't know. I don't think we should read too much into that, but it did scare the market just a little bit. If we can get over that candle, then I feel much better. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Thought I heard somebody back there. Hey.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. I
How
don't have
are you doing?
access like you.
Yeah. We'll get you all hooked up. Yeah, I didn't hear you there. You got to yell at me or something. I thought that it was another tab or something. And I was like, I looked over, I checked all of them, but then I had to actually see you. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. A little bit sleepy, but we're working through it. It feels like I don't know, I have a Monday hangover, you know? Not an actual hangover, just like it feels weekend, you know what I'm saying? Like it feels like it's still half Sunday to me.
No, yeah, for sure. Like this morning, I mean, I rested all day Sunday. I did my self-care and everything. And then like I saw the market and I'm like, oh, it's probably gonna go sweep the buy side liquidity. It's probably not gonna do much. And then I'm like, okay, it's probably gonna be a slow Monday because CPI I think is on Wednesday. And then I'm like, the market's probably gonna be indecisive until then. And then I woke up at 5 and I was extremely exhausted for no reason. Like I didn't even do anything yesterday. And then as soon as I hopped on the stream at 6 a.m. for the fivers, I had to turn down the brightness of my computer because like literally my eyes were like burning and they were so like you say, like hung over. And I'm like, I didn't even drink. It was
it's so what I'm getting is it's something in the air. It's not us. Couldn't be us.
Oh,
So
you know what? Like, I know this is kind of a little delulu and like woo woo and spiritual for most
okay, I'm ready for it. Hit me.
And I don't know if I've told you or you guys, Nigel, good morning, Joshua, Tyler, Snowman, what's up? This is a good time to chat about what's really going on in the universe.
Oh no. Okay, hit me. What do we got?
The market is so slow. There's nothing. Like, what are you guys trading anyway? Did anybody bank this morning? Like, I got stopped out twice on my shorts, which was kind of annoying.
I did a little bit of scalping, but really very minor. I kind of bought one position, stopped out on one position. I'm just sitting here waiting for this range to break. I want to go longer chips, but I have trust issues here, and I feel like they could pull back a little bit more. The Q's 4-hour chart does make me think that we want to catch today and push tomorrow if we can hold this rough level into the close. I like the wick and the reclaim of this 9 moving average. So yeah, I'm feeling kind of decent about the charts. I just so far haven't really done much.
Yeah, I shorted Apple, but I'm underwater because it's retesting with options, so that's kind of annoying.
Let's see what we got.
Microsoft looks a little bit weak as well. Amazon is looking a little bit weaker. MU is kind of just going sideways. Those are mainly the ones that I'm looking at. Gold was the only one this morning that had a very nice move to the upside.
Ooh, speaking of, hold on a sec. I think we might be getting a short here.
Where?
I'm looking at the chips. I think SPY probably Q's probably doing it as well. What I'm seeing is basically a push on SOXL. It looks like a 15-minute fair value gap and rejection there. So I think I might grab just a hedge for my stuff.
Taku,
But I
I
think
thought
it
you
might
were
be a good short.
married. I thought you were married, Taku.
What's he saying? Oh God.
Tyler,
Let me
we
get my
got
word
another shot at her.
Oh God. Don't make me defend Alejandra. Don't harass her, guys.
Okay.
So I took a tiny bit of a hedge here, just in case we do start to roll down. I'm seeing just a little bit of weakness when it came to this. I'll show you the 15-minute and see what you think.
Okay, let me see.
And then I'm going to have to get water real quick because I am
Thirsty.
getting thirsty. I forgot you. That's important, Alejandro. You're supposed to hydrate yourself. I think I haven't drank any water today yet.
Yeah, I had like 5 of these yesterday, plus 2 big liters with electrolytes and creatine.
Okay. Getting more in shape. I need to get on your level. So,
Well,
oh,
speaking of in shape, I'm not going to the gym this month because I'm solely working on my flexibility, my stretching, and like toning my body because I'm trying to cut for my sister's big party this Saturday.
okay. That's cool. Is what kind of party? Birthday party?
Quinceañera.
Yeah. Okay, that's exciting. Is
Yeah.
she your youngest sibling then?
Yeah, she's the youngest girl.
Nice. That's always fun. I've been to many a quinceanera back in my day, back when I was a young warthog back in high school. But I think it's been many years. I think it's been since high school. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
I'm kind of happy it's the last one. It's been the most stressful one.
Oh yeah, is
Mine's been the easiest.
yours was the easiest? Well, I thought the like as you have as a family has more kids, like they get like I don't know what am I trying to say? They get more difficult as it goes. That's how it works.
Well, this
Or you just
one in
think,
particular, because my mom is going through a divorce. It's been almost 2 years. And then my stepdad doesn't want to help. And then being older, I feel like I'm taking a little bit more responsibility that I shouldn't. So that's kind of
I see.
annoying. But yeah, so I don't know what happened this year or this party. Like I think the planning was not very organized.
No. Well, just do what I do. Just grab a pinata. It'll be fun, you know. Just
Yeah.
throw some candy. Everybody likes candy. What am I seeing here? Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I'm just
Head and shoulders for sure, but
yeah.
remember that on that bottom purple box, because it's held there before, in order for you to like continue to hold your short, it would have to close and retest below that.
Right, absolutely. No, I'm just thinking. Let's look at the oscillators here. Sorry, let me go back.
Josh.
I'm not energetic enough to be Josh. I am a little bit sleepy, so I'm gonna literally go chug some water. I'm pretty sure my body's telling me like, yo,
Yeah, go
dude.
drink water. I'm gonna tell him
Okay.
about August.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, just for 5 seconds here, I am seeing still enough weakness on the oscillators. I guess the 10-minute, the 5-minute are starting to try to curl up, but I think that it wants to push down. All right, back to you. I'll be right back.
Okay, so somebody earlier said I think it was I just want to give credit. Simul. I'm terrible at saying these names, but Simelgokaya. She said solar eclipse on Wednesday. Yes. So August, I think, is the month that has the most, or it's gonna have like 2 to 3 eclipses, and eclipses are very important. Simul, can I just call you Simul? Or yeah, I don't know, whatever you want me to call you. But anyway, so let me see really quick. I'm just gonna I'm gonna look up something really quick just to give you. I'm very spiritual. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's when we have an eclipse in the spiritual world, it's like a period of transformation. And what does that mean? It means that, well, if you're trying to do or become somebody or something, right? you have to let go of what isn't serving you in order for you to fly or in order for you to open that door. So I am making a lot of very important decisions with my life and my health as well that have just been kind of draining me emotionally and spiritually. So I am doing the best that I can to kind of just like reset, restore, rejuvenate, hydrate, eat well, so that this energetic toll doesn't completely like take me down, which is probably why Steve and I feel a little bit more tired than usual. I don't know, maybe you guys have been feeling a little bit more off or whatever it is. Maybe you're like, okay, this girl's weird. I don't know what she's
What
talking about.
what am I walking in on here? What is it? Is it the moon? Is it the stars? Is it
Eclipse.
the
Eclipse.
that's the eclipse? Oh, okay. Well, actually, guys, I think she's onto something, and let me tell you why. There's actually a couple studies. The one I'm thinking of is by a few people at MIT, and there is a very minor, but probably some correlative, like actual, like, what are the words I'm looking for, Alejandra? When you trade in a full moon, there is a replicable effect, basically, that happens every full moon. It doesn't always happen the exact same, of course, but there is a notable difference there, and that is really weird to think about. So there's two ways you could look at it, right? There's like the first way, which is, okay, we're actually affected by this, movement of the solar bodies, and it affects our psychology. The other way you can look at it is, well, there are a lot of people who believe this, so it doesn't have to be true for it to be real, or real for it to be true. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I think people often get like really hung up and like throw the whole idea out if it sounds kind of out there. But I really think it's important to just look at the data and then kind of not apply your own narrative to it too much, at least. So I think maybe you're onto something. I'll also just say I have a couple friends who are nurses, and they will swear by the lunar madness thing, that
Yeah.
everybody gets a little bit crazier around the full moon. What do you think?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, if we are all energy and everything is energy, I think that, it's so important to kind of just be in tune with the energy of the universe. And I know it sounds a little woo woo or whatever, but I really truly believe in it, And I was saying earlier that eclipses represent transformation. So I don't know if you guys saw, but Colombia just had a 5.0 earthquake, and it's like really, really bad. And I mean, what a coincidence, right? That it's this month, and I don't know. It's just like maybe something is happening in the universe, or I don't know. But anyway, so August is this month in particular, because of the eclipses and because of the transformation and the lunar eclipse. August is a month of like removing or eliminating things in life that don't serve you anymore. So the end of last week, I was feeling really, really drained. And I was really not too sure why. And I'm going through a lot of deep life changing events that I don't really want to talk about. You guys
Oh
can
man.
DM me. Yeah, you guys can DM me and I can talk about it privately, but I don't want to do it live. But
Fair.
anyway, so one of them is like literally almost done. The other one is in process, which should be done by the end of this month, I hope. And then the third thing that's really big, which I can share, is I've been contemplating leaving my fitness business
Oh, your whole
and
thing altogether?
the whole thing altogether because
Wow.
I just really want to focus on this.
Mm.
And I know that once I leave the fitness business, it's going to give me more space, more energy, more openness for me to fully just like focus on not just trading, live streaming, my Discord, my one-on-ones, just like all the little projects that I've been like kind of pushing away, and my content. Like I like making content, but I can't make content if I'm not feeling my best. Like here, I have to put up a mask, right? I
Oh,
have to be like, well, especially when I'm feeling like not the best, right? But I have to be like,
yeah.
okay, hi guys, like, and then, do my thing. But with reels, like you're acting and you have a script, and it's just a little bit more challenging to kind of just like hop on the camera and be like, all right, let's do this. And they're they're gonna be posted somewhere, so it's like there's just
Hmm.
a little bit more pressure, right? So I know that once I'm literally like yesterday, I think this is also why I felt really tired because I was thinking, I'm like, okay, when do I send this email? I'm like, do I send it tomorrow? Do I send it tonight so that they could wake up to it today on Monday? Or do I? And then I'm like, oh, I don't want to send it because I don't want to get the emails and I don't want to get the back and forth and I don't know what they're going to say
Right.
and I don't want it to run my money Monday morning. And then I was like, okay, should I do it Monday after stream? And then I'm like, okay, I think I have to do it Monday after stream. And so I'm pretty much just going to say, like, thank you for the opportunity. Obviously, I'm super grateful for, how much I've, you know, done,
Mhm.
how much they've done for me and so on and so forth.
Right.
But I can be a sub maybe next year.
Yeah. Well, and
And
it's
then,
also like just because you're taking a break from something doesn't mean you have to close that chapter forever, right?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
but it's like, I don't know if you guys understand, like the personal training industry is not secure. It's not
Mhm.
something that you can just like depend on as a full-time career. Like it's very inconsistent. People don't commit to the gym 100% or their health 100%. There's always cancellations, there's always rescheduling. It's never I wish it was like the
Usually me.
market. Always there,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but it's not. And so it's like I had two clients this month that I was looking forward to just finishing, and both of them were like, "Oh, I don't know if I could start on Monday." And I'm like, "Why not?" Like I'm now pissed because I can't do this anymore. Like why not, And I'm just like, "All right,
Yeah.
like that's it. Like after August, like I'm done. If you want to train, you can train, but maybe I'll double my rate so I can make it worth it. But I'm just like I'm so
Yeah,
over it.
well, you gotta value your time. Really quick, I just got out of my short for a very small win. It's I feel like this is not a day for me to trade. So I'm gonna be a better listener, Alejandro, because I feel you. It's a lot, and I think it's interesting. I think that we're in similar cycles here, similar places where it's just too much. And I think we both, maybe I'm projecting here. I'll speak for myself. I'm a people pleaser. I don't like to let people down, and when everybody wants some of my
Yeah,
time, I want to give my time to everybody.
I
And
know.
then I realize I'm over here pouring from an empty cup, not knowing what I'm doing, and it's starting to, it could impact the things that I really care about if I don't kind of just refocus. So that's my goal for next week, and I was actually going to talk to you about this. Well, I've back this week. I was going to talk to you about this on Friday and see how we did or how I did. But
Mhm.
it's good to set the intention now, I think. But so I think it's a good idea because I'm in the process of reevaluating how much time I can spend, to these different things that I've kind of committed to.
Mhm.
So for my community, I'm realizing more and more that I love analysis. I love building tools for people to use. Calling out signals while being on stream is just it's a
It's
bit
so
overwhelming
hard.
unless,
It's
well,
so
I
hard.
have to, it's like I have to split my attention so much, and I don't think people really want to just watch only the trade I'm in when we're on stream. So that's why I feel like, yeah, to do my job the best, I'm gonna have to tone that down a little bit. So right now I'm trying to do everything, and
Mhm.
you're like spinning 8 plates and then
Mhm.
they start crashing and you're like, oh shit,
Yeah.
all right, that's a sign. So
Yeah. No, for sure. Because like I also had another streamer reach out to me because I was streaming on TikTok when I wasn't on here.
mm,
And I had a streamer reach out to me. They're like, "Hey, do you want to be a part of my Discord? Like my Discord's already established. Like you can get a percentage of the referrals and it's gonna be automatic like recurring income." And it sounded all good on paper, but then I'm like, why am I gonna it's like the same thing. Why am I going to put so much energy into building something when I'm going to be splitting my energy to like pretty much help someone else's like
mhm.
project and dream grow when I can focus on mine and like build mine.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
so then, I'm just like, I don't know, like I think I need to focus just on my Discord and this stream. And yeah, and I just feel like I'm doing too much. And after 1 p.m., I don't know about you, but I kind of want to close the charts. I don't want to
Oh
see
yeah.
them. I don't want to talk about them. I don't want, like, there was a point in my life where I was obsessed. Like, I always wanted to look at the charts. I always wanted to be on the charts and trade. And but now I'm like, damn, like, do I even love trading anymore?
I think you still do. I've been through this a few times, Alejandra, and it's a very demanding thing. It demands all of your energy, all of your intention to do it really well, especially at the beginning. Sorry, I'm looking at Rubric here. We were talking about it. A Gunner in the
Yeah, I'm
chat,
just gonna pull it
absolutely
up.
smashing. Is this going through all-time highs? Is this what this old zone is for me? Ooh, almost. Wow. What a crazy move on Rubric.
Oh.
Crazy, crazy stuff. So 99, definitely look for a little bit of profit take into the 100, but I think this goes up and out the gates here into new all-time highs. Very nice, very nice.
That's
And
really
it's
nice.
Soxel. I think chips may be finally starting to turn around. Still too early to tell, but I want to see them reclaim these 5-minute moving averages, make me feel a little bit better. Because right now, yeah, look at those sticks. What's going on here? Do you know? Anybody have news? I can look in a sec. I mean, 1%, 1.5% in the last 3 minutes. This thing is
What is
ripping.
it? Is it a good company?
A very good company. I forget exactly what they do. I believe they are. I believe they're a semiconductor company. Let me pull up what they do.
On Thinkorswim, where do you go to read the description?
There's an info tab, I believe, on the top. I can pull it up in just a second. So yeah, there's cybersecurity. I didn't realize they were cybersecurity. Yeah, cybersecurity is doing incredibly today. The Citrini post over the weekend helped with that, and also yeah, CrowdStrike just dominantly strong today as well. I think they keep going. But I need a little bit of a pullback. Wish I bought it open. Man,
Damn, wow.
crazy
Where's
moves.
Josh
So
when you
so
need him?
sorry, what was that?
I said, "Where's Josh when you need him?" He always calls these
I
out.
know. Well, these are actually the crazy thing is these are relatively large cap companies. These are not really in Josh's wheelhouse, but they
Oh,
are showing
yeah,
a
you're
big
right.
thematic. What's up?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're big. They're big. So they are just incredibly strong right now. I think this trend's going to continue, and I believe it's just because I mean, hey, I can't imagine a world where we don't need more cybersecurity. That's like the only thing that's kind of a backboard against the increasing capabilities of AI. Like if it's not working on stopping the hackers, then it's it's you're very prone to being hacked. So I think that there's going to be a lot of continued capex going towards these names, and I think that the short is now playing out. Oh man, it shook me, Alejandra. It's one of these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be. Let's see how much room we
Well,
have. It's going to be an inch.
I told myself that I don't think I'm gonna be trading this week because I already have enough stress from the party, and like I want to make sure that I rest well because, believe it or not, I am working on a choreography that's almost 3 minutes long for salsa at my sister's party. So I've been really spending a lot of time on that.
That's fun. Are you a big dancer?
I love dancing. Yeah.
Nice, nice. I'm trying to learn. Oh yeah, this is a mean sell here. So this is one where I'm going to be looking for a back test or a wick up into this fair value gap because man,
Hey,
did
was
that
that the
one.
one you just got out of?
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, it's still not very. It still has a lot of room if it's going to go. I'm just not feeling it today. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Is it too late for Rubric? From a long-term perspective, I don't think so, but it's too extended for me to touch. We can talk about that real quick as well. So how I look for these kinds of places, if you miss the big move, it is usually not a good idea to chase it. Unless you're like doing a momentum scalp type of thing. So I think it probably does keep pushing and go to the all-time highs. I would just rather see it kind of tighten up at some point here. So basically, we're really extended from the moving averages that I usually would like to risk against. For example, yeah, 14% off here. So this is unbuyable to me because if you bought this and it needed to come back down and just test in with the moving averages, well, that'd be too much for me to stop, So I would definitely wait for a pullback there. Hey, Adrian, good to see you. Gunner saying long term no, but I think average ATM is average at the moment is money till the next leg up. I don't know what you mean, but yes. So you're saying 90 on the look back? Yeah, that'd be really nice. This big volume shelf. So either a pullback into 90 would be good. So stock can go like this, something like that, while the moving averages come up, start to go like that. And then we'll get somewhere to buy in there maybe. But if I just buy up here, there's nothing to protect me, you know? That's how I kind of look at it. Bronze hands, my guy is saying 9 EMA touch at minimum. Yeah, I like that for sure. Let's see.
Hunter Dad, take care. Have a good day. Is it Hunter? Haunted?
Haunted? Yeah, that's haunted. Haunted 420.
Haunted foot. Oh, I thought it was Dad. I think there's another person that's. Oh, it's the chart dad. Never mind.
Chart dad. Chart dad's the man too. All right, back to some shorter dated charts. I still think the SOX short probably does play out. It does have room. So I guess back test, low a day, and then back test could get me in. Otherwise I do nothing. That's fine too.
Yeah.
I do have. Oh shoot, I have something to present as well. Let me get that
Today?
going.
Right now?
Yeah, just a little thing, just a little around the horn thing that I forgot about. Goo Goo Dolls? I know that song.
You do?
Yeah, I love Goo Goo Dolls. What do you like? That was I learned to play that on guitar. It was my first open, yeah, I think it's an open tuning. That's a good one. Yeah, Goo Goo Dolls are awesome. I like a lot of 90s music. Are you a fellow 90s head?
R&B only mainly. That was
okay.
a reel that popped up.
Okay, I was like, damn. I thought we were gonna have something else to connect on. That's fine. I like R&B. Somebody out there likes Goo Goo Dolls. They're a big softy like me. So I'll have a little round the horn presentation in just a sec. I'm gonna go get some more water because Alejandro.
Damn, you are thirsty.
You might have noticed I've been a little off the past week. I'm on a new medication and I think it's messing with me a little still. So part of it is it makes me mad thirsty. Part of it makes me extra spacey. So thanks for bearing with me. What's that?
What is it?
It's the drug from Limitless. It's supposed to make you way smarter, but it's not working yet. I'll tell you that.
Damn. I don't take any medication and I feel the same. Oh gosh. Where are my comments? How come they're not popping up? Oh, here we go. Oh, Taku celebrating granddaughter was accepted to UAB full ride. Damn, that's awesome. Congratulations. Taku's granddaughter got accepted to UAB for a full ride. Isn't that cool?
That's amazing. Congrats.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're old. That's good though. That's good. Oh yeah, Alejandro, it's a muscle relaxer for back pain. So
you're back.
dry mouth and what's that?
I need to see you. Like you need to come see me, or I can go to you or whatever.
Yeah, I don't move much, but yeah, no, we should talk because I think it's about time to take it more seriously. It's been affecting my clarity of thought. So that's the sign. One thing here, this is finally looking like a short on Qs. We've been waiting for something. I think this is starting to look good here. So I would like, I'm going to do the Alejandra and wait for a 15-minute fair value gap and a wick back into there. That's what they call it, right? The Alejandra?
The Alejandra method.
Exactly. Oh, that sounds like legit. The Alejandra method sounds like something that I would like find online to treat my my fibromyalgia or something, like some alternative health thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that actually. I didn't think about it. Yeah, I thought you were talking about dog related, but I'm like, no, that sounds good.
You just got to figure out what the Alejandra method is. I guess you do have a method, right? You can fix me, right?
Oh yeah, no, like I'm 100% confident I can fix you. Like give me a month and you'll be good to go.
All right, we got to talk.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll take
I see some questions.
in return.
So for the QQQ put, somebody asked. I'm waiting for. I'll show you exactly what I'm waiting for. I will be taking shares. I'm not up to trading leverage today, but I do think that it's a valid put setup, and I'll show you the exact way to frame it. What I'll be looking for is this 15-minute candle to close, and then it will form a little bit of a box. And that box, say it closes right here, the box would be right here. I'll be looking for price to come down, or sweep a new low, grab some liquidity, come up and tag into it, and then I'd like to short there for the flush. It would probably go something like that. Socks looking heavy there too. This one did have the 15-minute wick back that I failed to get. So we'll see if they give another. And if not, that's okay too.
I'm taking a Amazon short here.
Amazon short? Let's take a look at it.
And Microsoft is looking really good, so that's the only reason why I'm taking it.
You said Microsoft looks good for the long or the short?
Sorry, Amazon looks good for the short, and Microsoft is already dropping, so that's why I got more inclined to take on Amazon.
Gotcha. I was going to say they're probably going to trade somewhat together, but yeah, that makes much more sense. I like the read there, and I think this is heavy and not something to long here. So I'm looking at some of my holdings, seeing if there's anything I'm kind of worried about. DRAM still holding VWAP. Looks like I am properly hedged, so I'm a chill. The heck out. I wish that I had kept the extra though, because then it would have been a directional play and not just a flat hedge, and I could be making some money instead of not losing money. But hey, you know what? Sometimes, just stay in put when the market's going a little bit sideways. That's all you can ask for. Let's see.
The market definitely looks weak. I feel like it's bear flagging,
Well, chips definitely are, but yet we have such strength in IGV, so that rotation's still continuing. That's pretty wild.
If MNQ, well, it's because I'm looking at MNQ. Should we look at QQQ?
It'll be the same chart, it's just different levels, But
yeah, well, for the followers.
For the followers, yeah, we're equities, right? So
yeah.
So there's another little 5-minute fair value gap on Soxel that we might wick into. Just watching these kind of holes in the pocket so you can get an entry into these moving averages. And then the way you do it is you get filled there. Your stop is always over the last swing high for this kind of setup, because that would mean a change of character. And you're just looking for the bottom to fall out of this pennant. I would be taking profit into the Camarilla R4. So this is, S4. So this is the big pivot on the Camarilla system. And ideally, we get a straight flush right to there. It hangs out for a little bit and then goes to our extended targets at the 5 and 6 here. That's what I would like to see. But yeah, I'm with you. I think IGV leaps. Obviously you sniped those a long time ago. But yeah, I think you're right on the money there. Whoops. What am I doing? There we go.
Yeah.
The rotation continues. So what can you say?
As long as QQQ stays below 722.50, my profit target would be 719.
719. I like 719, and if it cracks 719, I think we have room to 717 or 716.
Yeah, I like.
And for posterity, let's also look back to the left here. It should be right about the low of yesterday, where I'd be shooting for. I think that's decent. I think that's a decent setup. That's the only thing I'm really eyeing here today. Don't really feel too much pull to buy anything else.
Also, it can definitely tap into 719, like 719.20, and then hold from there and go higher. So that's the only other thing that I don't like, because it's in this really, really weird range, and it's almost like in the middle of a double top, but also above a specific area that it could pull back and hold and go higher for like 730. I don't like where we're at, and that's also kind of why I didn't want to trade today, because I'm like, I don't know what it wants to do, Like, I feel like we're still bullish. I feel like we we still have to reach 730 for us to make any real move.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. Kind of with you there. I think this is going to be a consolidation day to 3 days kind of there. So I wouldn't expect too much of a push down, just kind of a little bit of, let's look at the daily candles. Just a little bit of a retest maybe of this 50-day moving average there. I think that would be pretty reasonable, 715. I think as long as we hold 707, we're just hanging out sideways for a few days before we kind of push up higher. So maybe something like that, a week or two in here at the most. Potentially just a day or two, but I think I think this seems reasonable. I'll be really watching the 715, the 50-day, because we're kind of trying to flip that. Obviously, SPY much stronger here. Very impressive. But this could pull back. You know, I want to wait and see what it does off this 9-day. Until it does get there, I don't really feel like it's a good place for longs, unless chips start acting right, hold here, and then we have, you know, this is a much better area for me to be buying in if I'm liking along. Alejandro, the thing is though, despite the past flag of the past week or so on chips, I'm starting to wonder if it actually needs a bigger move down first. And I think that would really shake the market up. And I'm wondering if that's what we're starting to see here. We'll see.
Well, if it does, I mean, 719 would be the area.
719. Yeah. What about on SOX though?
Oh, let me see.
SOXX. This is going to be our semiconductors. Because this one's looking a lot different, right? Than some of the others.
Let me see. I mean, it's already dropped a lot. Let me go to a daily.
But on the daily, see, it's still like, still in the kind of middle of this flag. The past 5 days price action. It is kissing the 21 here, but I just think it could need to come back down to 500 once more.
Let me see.
Crazy?
Okay, literally, if it does, there's not much on the daily. There's not much holding it up. Like, it could really go down to fill the gap at 512. You see it on the daily?
Gap at 512 on the daily. Let me check that. It should be. Oh, did we not fill that yet? Oh, good eye. I thought we did fill that. You're right. There. Alejandro, this is why they pay you the big bucks. That's a sneaky little fair value gap here, and then we have this high volume node. So
and it's already line cracking too.
It feels like there's some incentive to pull this thing down. And so I'm keeping my hedge on. I do have chips longs, so I'm not super thrilled about this, but I think it's good.
Well, also, fundamentally speaking, can we talk to the smarty pants on the chat? I don't trade fundamentals, but fundamentally speaking, we have CPI coming up on Wednesday, right? So if we have CPI and we have, let me see, what else do we have?
I'm pulling up the calendar right now for us.
We have CPI on Wednesday, existing home sales. Tuesday, existing home sales, I don't think will move the market that much, but I know for sure Wednesday CPI, core PPI, we have month and year to date, as well as the monthly treasury balance. So let's say we have low numbers on CPI for all 3 month, year, and whatnot. Obviously, it might drop the market, right?
Oh yeah. So this is going to be important for inflation, tracking inflation, and as well as tracking the potential rate decision later in the year, the rate hike rate. So let's see, what is it sitting at?
Let me see.
Is my internet down?
Oh, was mine down?
No, I was just trying to type something and it just isn't working. That's so strange. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. Give me the chart. Where is it at?
If home sales are positive, my open should run. Okay.
It opens a tough one. Yeah, home sales. If they're positive, what do? We could do like a mortgage play, perhaps. I have one actually. Porch is a cool one. PRCH. They're a software as a service, and they do. I think they do mortgages. They definitely do something regarding home sales. Either they're for listing and selling homes or getting a mortgage. I forget. But the chart looks very good. Let me get over that real quick.
So I'm looking at the semiconductor SOXX, and on a 4-hour time frame, I have an order block at 550.84, which tapped into it twice already. And that was the previous area of resistance where it had the biggest drop back down to 455. So I would really look at that as a very important indicator. Right now, I see it bear flagging. So if it goes to sweep the sell side liquidity from Friday's session, it can go sweep 531.
Yeah.
And then if it stays below that, then we can see, 516 and then gap fill at 512, 510.
I like the read. I don't want it to happen, but I think that you're probably right. So I keep the hedge on for that to play out. That being said, what are we seeing intraday? As we do have to wrap it up here, I will be back for power hour in an hour, and then and what else? Earnings as well. The cat's very rude. She just popped me on the shoulder there. I still think this is the short. I'm still going to stick in this, but it is kind of getting towards the time where we could see some increased liquidity, towards the end of the day before power hour there. So just something to consider. Maybe there's a change of character and it fails to break down and can push this 536 on SOXX. Otherwise, though, I would expect it to kind of just take its time and then eventually crack down. But if not, hey, then feeling better about the swings, and I'll close the hedge. Anything you're watching into the end of the day here in particular? Let's check it on Qs, or check on Qs too.
I want to see how Amazon's going to close today.
Yeah, this still looks really weak to me. I'm not worried for the short, to be honest. I think it's going to play out here. Ooh, all right. Really quickly, let me finally show y'all what I wanted to. Once I get this up, we'll do a quick around the horn here. There we go. So just a few things to touch base on here. Big picture, it's pretty quiet. A little shallow red day. Nothing to really worry about so much. It's just a little bit spooky that oil is up so much, right? That's the only thing, and it's because of the kind of fresh Middle East supply fears. So what do we have? We have, small red across the board, seeing IWM outpace Qs, which are outpacing SPY, showing just kind of risk off sentiment there still. Just in my opinion, just not ready to push higher. I think you're right that we're waiting for the data midweek. I think the inflation data is pretty important here. So we're probably going to see continued rotation between these IGV and the SMH, so semiconductors and software. IGV definitely winning, and as long as that happens, it's going to be hard for chips to get off the deck here. And that's kind of why I'm starting to think that, hey, maybe I need to just keep the hedges on for the bigger move down. Now I think we're starting to potentially look for this 15-minute no fair value gap on the SOX, but we can watch this one on Qs perhaps. This 15-minute fair value gap has been formed. Or will be in 1 minute, I'm sorry. So then we can look for a small push up to around 721.50 or so for the fade if we do get it. Let's see. All right, so back to back to this. Just a few things I want to talk about. Just look at the dominance of energy. That's a bit spooky, right? We got to be careful just because of that. It's the Hormuz premium that's causing this. Basically, Iran attached new conditions to reopening the strait, and a drone strike also hit a Saudi refinery. So between the two, obviously oil pushing up. We have Brent above 86 there. So this is it's a supply fear bid, not like a demand story so much. So I am also going to be watching the shipping data, seeing how many tankers in particular, but all ships are going in and out there, and that'll kind of help us gauge how much of this fear is warranted. So that's the first thing. The other thing that I think is really the story here is that rate hike odds for next month fell to about 42%, I believe, from the 55 after Friday's payroll miss. So on Friday, we had payroll come in at minus 23K instead of the plus 80K expected. So soft job numbers, a little bit spooky here. It's also been pretty soft for quite a while, if I recall. And that's one potentially, it historically has been a leading indicator for further pain. The 10-year also grinding lower on that. And July CPI, obviously later in the week, we're going to be watching that consensus at 3.4% year over year. That's the number that's either going to validate this dovish wager or really snap it back, right? So we also have VIX popping up just a little, but it's not like a crazy amount. It's still low, under 16, right? But it is not letting up today, and that's something just to watch. So we'll be keeping an eye on VIX, specifically if it can reclaim the prior swing high at 1550. You can see just today's price action, just basically a bull flag, high or low, trying to push higher. We shall see. So, Alejandra, that's all I got for right now. My hedge, I wonder if it's just about to start rolling. So maybe I add a little bit to make it directional.
Microsoft is dropping. That should help the market.
So there's the 15-minute order block, pop back into it on a Qs. So that was the first kind of potential short entry that I see for this system at least, but it's a little bit tricky to, I guess it is going to work, or I think it's going to work because we're starting to get the mega caps participating, like you said. That should, that's pretty rough. Should send us on down yonder. Amazon heavy. Apple in the lifeboat, strong. And I think it's probably not terrible to look short here. Oh, there it goes.
By the time we come on for Power Hour, I will be rich.
I'm here for it. I will be hopefully flat still because I didn't add there. If we get a little bit of a pop, I could, but my reactions aren't that good today. I'm sleepy. I think it's got to be the medicine because I feel kind of like this is a dream.
Oh,
well, I mean, it's always a dream streaming with you, Alejandra, but
thank you.
just a little out of it is what I actually meant. All right, guys.
You made my morning, Steve. Thank you.
Well, hopefully Microsoft and Amazon make your afternoon here. We get a nice short, and we'll have something to talk about. Well, I'll be back in an hour. Are you going to be hanging out for Power Hour?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to go get my head in the game, and I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, follow us on the socials. I'm going to make some food, guys. Bye.
Later. Yo, what's up, everybody? Steve Tallman here. We are live. We are here at Power Hour. We're finally seeing some strength. I thought that we were going to get a short. Did not play out. So I'm sitting over here doing just about nothing. It does look like our longs are going to catch a nice bid here. So happy about that. Not trusting things right into the hourly flip quite yet enough to add leverage on. But looking like the short, not happening. Came down. Tagged into the, we'll show you this. Came down, tagged back into the point of control. I'm sorry, the fair value gap on the 15-minute. Came down, made a new low, and then smashed right through. What can you do? It's Power Hour, Snowman. How you doing, guys? How's ONDS doing? Okay, we own this one a little bit. Coming on down, but not too shabby. I like this kind of launch pad type look to it. Let's see if it can hold point of control there. The previous swing high at 915. Not too shabby. If this thing does end up being a short, I'm going to lose my marbles, guys. Been a kind of annoying day for me. Not much happening. Not much to do if we didn't catch the short. I did with part of the hedge, but not a full hedge. So down a little bit on the day here because I did not plan on active trading. That's all right, though. We're getting the nice push now. That's what we like to see. And hopefully we can get some traction into the end of the hour. So some of our positions doing especially well today. And these ones holding things up while the chips having some trouble. Silver absolutely surging. Gold not too far behind. Beautiful moves here, and we think that they're just getting started. Hopefully just getting started. Nice couple-day flag here on... or really just a one-day flag and overnight here on gold. So a little bit extended, but at the same time, when precious metals run, they run. I think we're making a dash for this 200-day moving average. Same with silver here. I think we got room. Smashing, eating through these gaps. Very strong. Q is a little bit weaker. We're looking for a few more days of consolidation here, so not too surprised. Cybersecurity absolutely surging today as well. Congratulations, longs there. I should have tagged into this trade this morning, but kind of balked. I don't like to buy these kind of setups at highs, but it wasn't too extended from its moving averages, so probably was worth a shot there. Yeah, SPY looking real nice and strong. Like to see that. What are you guys up to? What are you trading? What's up, bronze hands? Let's check the small cap stuff. See what's going down. Looks like YJ, top mover of the day, 177%. Wow. So this one had a bit of a move yesterday, didn't it? This was the one that went 1 to 14. Now all the way back down here. This was yesterday's biggest mover. I see. Okay, my page didn't load. That explains it. So let's go to today's. Okay, here we go. That's more like it. SCKT. SCKT, our biggest mover of the day, up over 400%. Crazy stuff here, but this is still very small cap, so be careful getting involved with this one. Over $2 or over $1 does make it a little more appealing, but still pretty small cap here. Watch this point of control at 225. Let's check out some others. This is looking better. I like the catch off of this rising moving average. I think it's got a nice ramp type look to it. I think this one is a Josh Smith bounce play here as well, as you can see. Coming on in. Yeah, that first wick there undercuts it a little bit, but in general seems like it's a nice level of demand. So watch a VWAP into this. If that gets through, then you can run to... I have a little level at 555. I think it probably surges through that, though. I think this one has room if we get cooking. I always like when they sweep a nice bit of liquidity up top, come back down, and then hold like this. Makes me think that they're still looking for more upside here, maybe at the 795 level. That's looking good. Yeah, I don't hate that. Let's see what else we got. Wow, OIH up 22 handles, Lily up 42. Well, I'm happy about the Lily. That makes me feel better. I'm having kind of kind of a bad day, so that's good for me. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing just about everything here. Not vibing, not feeling it. Feel like a little bit too heavy in chips, and I cut too much of my IGV stuff too fast. That stuff really popping. Yo, what's up, Mike? Let's see. Yeah, Lily's very, very strong, isn't it? Boom. Wow. Look at that. About time. And man, is this thing going to absolutely fly. What a beautiful chart. So how many knocks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4? Calling that 4? We could call this 1 maybe, 2. And this is either 1 or 2 depending on the time frame. Definitely looks really strong. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Getting ready to leave? You going on what? Vacation? Man, Lily's so nice. I want to add some. Am I crazy to add into this strength? I don't think so. I'll wait for something, some kind of pullback. Back test of the all-time highs, I guess, but man, it's basically there anyway. Pretty sure it's going to get pulled through those wicks. Okay, bear with me. So we're going to talk about earnings in just a second here, guys. Going to start a little bit earlier because I keep running out of time. I keep yapping too much, hanging out too much. So I want to make sure I get to all of the slides, all the questions, all that good stuff. And we'll start that in about 5, 6, 7 minutes, something like that. So Q is getting the pop of the trend line. See this consolidation, got the pop. Just not sure where it's going. So you want to see the back test into the moving averages hold. We had this 15-minute fair value gap that flipped bullish, so maybe that's the area that holds as well. Chips still a little bit weaker, worth noting, still a little bit weaker there than the overall markets, especially if we look at SPY, I think. Yeah, SPY nice and strong, testing its VWAP already. So we'll see if chips have juice to continue. Boil is interesting. Yeah, we can take a look. It's something that usually smacks me every time I try to trade it. I've traded it amazingly a couple times, and every other time, taken stops and unfun stops. This was a very, very optimistic path I had drawn. It did this part, did not do this part. So is it finally ready? This thing is, man, mega beat down. I don't even know if I want to play this. I'd probably rather play VG. Yeah, I think I'd rather play VG. It's looking a lot nicer. That's a nice hedge. VG's a good hedge. Frontline's a good hedge. This is a tanker. And let's see. There's one other thing I want to show you before we get into the earnings. Hey, Smoked Tuna. How you doing, man? So SPY trying to push through this VWAP, and what we can see is there's a big book flip kind of happening here on the indices, and we're going to watch and see how this transacts, how this plays out. So what this is basically price was coming up to sweep into some liquidity here. It wasn't too major, but you can see a little red and yellow bar there and there that it came up into. Then price comes down, and it gets supported by this big node. It refills off of this big node, and this ends up being, looks like a buy, because now it's pushing up off of there into this big node. So we want to see if this absorbs and pushes through, or if this does not absorb, it stays on the tape and rejects us. So basically we're trying to figure out is this big red blob below us just pushing us right here to take us lower, or are we squeezing this kind of seller here and we're eventually going to pop through onto the other side. Remember, this is VWAP that we're defending. So we'll see how it plays out. I think that this is probably a successful book flip. That's what I'd like, at least. And what that means is basically they're putting support below to tackle this resistance ahead. And then they're taking this, see how it gets kind of lighter towards the end and then darker here. So they're kind of pushing up the support. pushing up the support to try to crack through the VWAP. So what we want to see is this orange below stay strong. We want to see this in the middle get eaten up and go to blue. And then we want to see a small bit up here go to red. So basically we want to see the bearish bet move up and the bullish bet kind of continue to be strong as it moves up. If they move up in tandem, then we probably see a nice little flip there. Yeah, Talk says, let's see, no upstream. Interesting. Let me think on that. All of the oil services plays. Yeah, so I guess we're expecting more war for longer. I guess we're starting to recognize that we might walk away, actually, without opening that straight. We might resort to those pipelines that they're being built, but it's going to take quite a while. It's going to take months, and an oil shock is spooky. I will say that's the one thing that makes me a little anxious. Look at it ripping today. Coming off just a little in the afternoon here, but really not much to show for it. This is a strong move through that 125. Let's look at a daily real quick. Yeah, VG's definitely smaller, Talk, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Hey, Ayush. The gold? Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. I'm long gold as well. That one's working nicely. Thankfully. I think SOX is still shaping up constructively. But yeah, let's look at gold, silver, then head on over into the presentation. Sec here. So some other names I like CLPT and QURE. Those are both biotechs. There's a few other biotechs that I really like too. I think Dell is encouraging. I'm in BABA. That one's working really well. These are some of the names that I'm watching here. DRAM, I'm not sure what it's doing. I think it's bullish, but it's so tight. Interesting look. Micron a little bit easier to read today. See, it's still a little bit heavy. They're still selling this one. I'm not sure why they're selling memory. Probably related to Kospi still selling. But I like Dell. I think Dell's my favorite chip stock. Look at that tight flag that it's still in. Really nice action there. All right. Now on to gold. On a higher time frame. I don't think we got to gold on a higher time frame, right? Yeah, amazing push here through this daily trigger of mine, through this little volume node. I think it just wants to run to the 200. It's also got a gap up there. So 409, 410, I'm going to be watching closely there. Liking BABA a lot too. Ooh, nice candle. Yeah, this wants to keep going. So BABA kind of looks like gold, actually. It's been digesting 2 days more. So it's on a 4-day flag here, breaking out of a 4-day flag. Looks like, at least. So far, I like the action. I want to see what it does at 133.75. That next swing up. I think that we've put in the bottom and we gapped up on the week here. Oh, that was last week, actually, and we're still pushing higher. So I think that this thing is bottomed and is on an uptrend. What I could see is something like a move up to the 200, or the 50-week moving average, roughly the 200. Maybe overshoots it a little bit, and then forms a right handle as these moving averages catch up. So that might be what happens. I'm definitely going to be trimming into this kind of neckline here, and then we'll see what's up. And then SLV as well. Let's redraw some of this. Might finally be ready here. So it's got the peekaboo on the weekly, I do believe. By that, I just mean I draw a downtrend line like this, and yeah, popping its head through here, reclaiming these moving averages on the weekly. I think we buy dips in silver now. I think silver is buyable on dips. And it's about time. I've been waiting for this one for a while. I tried it here, got a little scalp, felt great, gave back all of the rest of it, ended up being a very small win. Tried again here, felt great, gave back all the rest of it, ended up being a very small loss, I believe. So got faked out even more on this one. I am in this one now from 50, tiny starter at 52, more at 54. So that's working really nicely, and I want to keep that position on because I think that it should keep on working. What else? There's a lot to talk about today, actually. VST, I took a position here too. This is going to be Vistra. They do their cooling solutions primarily, I believe, for data centers. They're definitely AI infrastructure play. So you can compare them to charts like TLN, CEG is a little different, but what else? VRT in the same rough area, I believe. So yeah, basically we got this nice little level here. Nice little bottom of the shelf. Nice alert on SOXL going off. Does that mean that we're bullish? Or did it fail? Oh yeah, we're pushing up. All right, so chips back on the menu, I think, but I'm still not 100% sure the bottom is in 100%. I think we stick to the strong ones and keep playing them just like anything else. Take profit level to level, make sure that the back tests hold, yada, yada, yada. So I like Dell. That's the one I'm biggest sized in. Still have the 1 share of Micron. I don't have any more because I kept getting stopped out of my runners. Yeah, I'm kind of focusing on having a little bit of wider based exposure. So I would like to pick up some DRAM too. It's just still not quite acting right enough for me. All right, folks. Talk's asking how Zeta is. Zeta's up 4%. Beautiful. Yeah, Zeta's great. Copper's great. Love copper for sure. Love copper. Yeah, I like the materials. The materials feel good here. Let's look at copper here. FCX. Oh, I like that. Flipping the 70. Flipping the 70. This one might be starting. Love that. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to get my presentation ready, then we'll get on into that. But yeah, definitely loving copper for sure, for sure. Very strong. Yeah, I do really like the copper here, though. I think that's looking really good. I'm just starting to curl up, yeah. Like that. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry, guys. Can you hear me now? I hit a toggle. I apologize. How long has it been out for? Shoot. Okay. So sorry, guys. I think when I moved the mic, I smacked the button there. So we're back. We're going to be talking about what we got in store for earnings. We got space names today. Rocket Lab, ASTS. It's going to be a blast. Now we got HIMS coming up too. Lots of good stuff. Lots of fun meme names, I must say. It feels like a few years ago when we were playing all of the all of these a couple years ago, and everything was just running like crazy on the high beta side. The HIMS to like, what was it, 70 plus? Rocket Lab over 100, ASTS over 100. Crazy stuff. Adrian's ready. You got positions? Still holding yours? Let's take a look at some of them charts. Some of them charts. Real quick, we'll do levels and then we'll talk fundamentals. So Rocket Lab in the buy zone intraday. buy zone intraday, but I need to switch to the other room to really get into this. So give me just like 1 minute. I'll be right over there, guys. And just stay here. We'll be ready to go.